The architecture of character. If you travel to any corner of the world, despite all the great changes that have taken place, you'll see that the belief we had about the world as children is still true. Competition among countries has increased, the cost of labor in the global economy has fallen, and technology has sparked a revolution. But we still live in an age that is a land of opportunity. It is still a place where everything you need for success is within your reach. Today, you still have a real chance to turn your dreams into reality, to transform yourself precisely into who you want to become. And it doesn't matter who you are or where you're starting from. That's why we must do everything we can to make the most of the opportunities we've been given. Certainly, many men and women are doing this. I've seen many people succeed, and I like to think I played a part in some of their successes. Yes, we are still living in an era of opportunity. But let's take a moment to look at a few of the important changes that have happened in the world. One is that now, more people around the world have access to technological advancements. They have cars in their driveways, stereo systems, computers, satellite, all of it together. And I have to say, good for them. Because when you work really hard for something and finally achieve it, having many good things becomes exciting. But I also have to say this: be careful, or even cautious, because what truly matters can get buried beneath everything else. Good things can be crushed under brilliant metal and plastic. The inner resources that keep you awake and vibrant at midnight, those inner resources can get lost, and what you have can become less than what you are. Right now, I'm talking about character. I'm also talking about leadership. The ability to inspire yourself, which qualifies you, which gives you the right, which makes you valuable enough to lead others. Do you think many people today succeed without having a well-developed character? Sometimes it seems that way to me. I think we are beginning to understand that if we want to move forward, it's better to remember what brought us this far. And from the fact that you're listening to me right now, I know you understand the importance of character. When I decided to create a program that includes the core ideas I've learned about character and leadership, I had listeners like you in mind. You are the people I want to speak with. So, I'm glad you decided to join me. There are many differences between people, and these differences show themselves in various ways. Some want big cars, others prefer small ones. Some people love to swim, others are passionate about skiing. Some like to stay up late, others prefer to go to bed early. These are obvious differences, and they probably don't matter much. But the one thing I've noticed is very important. I believe one of the greatest differences between people is between the small number who look up words in the dictionary and the majority who do not. I admit that for years I was part of that majority, but a while ago I developed that habit. And today I can see its effect on understanding a vast topic like character, especially when it helps me discover the roots of words in ancient or foreign languages. When I decided to create this program, I looked up the word character in the dictionary. I learned its root, and then I sat there for a moment and realized that in this case, the root of the word explains everything. So, I want to tell you where the word character comes from, and I hope it has the same impact on you as it did on me. But first, I want to quickly mention the root of another word that people often confuse with character. I just want to clarify the differences. That other word is charisma. I think today it is often mistaken for character, but charisma is different. Charisma comes from a Greek word meaning the ability to attract the attention of other people. It's a magnetic personality trait that people react to as if it were magic. Charisma is like a magic wand that transfers your power to others. But character has a very different root. Character comes from a Greek root meaning a chisel or a carving tool, or the mark a chisel leaves. Let me repeat that because I think it's very important. Character comes from the Greek word for chisel. A chisel is a sharp tool used to create a sculpture, made of a hard material like granite or marble. A chisel is also used to remove waste material from something, to separate things that might get in the way, to reach the core, what truly matters. So, the root of character is not like charisma, which we compared to a magic wand. Character is not a magic wand. Character comes from the root meaning chisel, and I hope you remember this. You must sculpt your character from your own raw materials, exactly as a sculptor creates a statue. The raw materials are always there. Whatever happens to you, good or bad, is an opportunity to build your character. Let me tell you about another important difference between character and charisma, which you may have realized by now. Character, both in its definition and its root, is not about other people. It's not about having power and dominance over others. It's not about persuading others to follow you or attracting their attention. Character is what you have and what you are. You could be stranded on a desert island, and your character would still matter. In fact, in that situation, it would matter a great deal. But charisma would be useless to you there. Charisma requires the presence of others. But character is only about you. Character is who is left after you have chiseled and chiseled away, removing all the non-essential material down to the core. But since we usually are around other people, let me explain what role the differences between a charismatic person and a person of character play in the real world, especially in leadership situations. Here are 4 situations that can easily happen. First, a truly charismatic person can make people believe the earth is not round, or that the sky will fall tomorrow. By creating these expectations, charismatic people can give energy and inspiration to others. Or they can scare them and leave them unmotivated. But as soon as it's proven that their words were a lie, the charisma disappears. A person of character, however, doesn't need to give energy to others, and doesn't feel comfortable in that role. Instead, this person searches within themselves and finds the real source of inspiration and energy. Second, a charismatic person can inspire loyalty, even exaggerated loyalty. But this can easily turn into an unconscious sense of dependency. This can make things difficult when the leader is absent. Like a charismatic coach who is very influential during the tough years, but when they leave the organization, a sense of abandonment sets in, and the team may never achieve anything similar to its past success. Powerful people often resist giving up power, but it is a trait of character for a leader to resist taking on a role of authority or an organization. Now for the third difference between character and charisma, which is especially important in leadership situations. Charismatic people must pull rabbits out of their hats. The magic of their presence must show itself, or people start wondering where their magic went. Worse, they might get bored. During World War II, Dwight Eisenhower was chosen to command the Allied forces in Europe, not because he was an exciting leader or interesting to people, but precisely because he wasn't. Several charismatic individuals existed at the time, like Churchill, Montgomery, and Patton. But they needed someone who was tough, had endurance, and had the ability to manage people. Just before the Normandy invasion in 1944, Eisenhower met with a group of agents who were about to go to war. He took a piece of string and placed it on the table, stretching it a few inches with his fingers. He said, "An army is like this piece of string. If you try to push it from behind, it bunches up and tangles. Soldiers must be led from the front, not pushed from behind." Eisenhower may not have been powerful, but he could express his meaning in a way everyone understood. He truly had character. One of the most important traits of a charismatic leader is their ability to inspire love and loyalty. And this is the final point I want to make. To gain the leader's approval, people might not voice their opposition. There are people who become isolated because their subordinates are afraid of them. But this isolation can also result from excessive and misplaced affection. People of character are usually liked by those around them. These people make it clear that their first love is the truth, even if it is painful. Character and charisma have been debated for thousands of years, and I want to end this discussion by comparing 2 historical figures. Alexander was certainly the most charismatic leader the world has ever seen. He only lived to be 33, but in a series of wars, he was victorious with his army, first in Greece, then Persia, then Egypt, and finally India. It wasn't always easy, Alexander's desire to put himself in danger, his talent for public speaking, and his genius for military tactics inspired great loyalty in his soldiers. But even they got tired after years of constant fighting. They threatened several times to leave and return to Greece. But until they reached the malaria-infested jungles of India, Alexander always had the ability to lead them into yet another war. He believed he was a god, and that his wars and conquests demonstrated his divine powers to the world. When he died in the ancient city of Babylon, his body was placed in a golden coffin and carried across the desert to Egypt, pulled by horses. Today, no one praises Alexander. No one applauds him for the cities he left behind, named after himself, or the city he named after his horse, or the palace he built. A palace filled with gigantic statues so people would think he was a giant. In fact, Alexander's influence faded quickly after his death. His top officials fought over the remains of his empire, and new conquerors soon took his place. 3,300 years after Alexander, Jesus Christ began his ministry. Instead of an army, he had 12 men. Others tried to say he was God, but he never claimed that. He had no horse. He never built a city. And when he died, there was no golden coffin. But the power of his character endured and grew. The most charismatic leader in history is of little importance to people, except for historians, because character is what remains after charisma. I want to explain a bit more about the comparison I made earlier, about building your character being like sculpting a statue with a chisel. The main point is this. In my opinion, character is not something that happens on its own. Just as a chisel cannot create a work of art without the guiding hand of an artist, in both cases, a conscious decision is made, a conscious process. The design of character is the result of hundreds and hundreds of choices you make, that gradually transform you from who you are now into who you want to become. If that decision-making process isn't there, you'll still be a person. You'll still survive. But you might only have an identity, not a character. And in my opinion, that is a very different thing. People have always felt free to change themselves and the conditions they live in. On this subject, I want to share some interesting truths about the inhabitants of the 19th century who traveled across the land in covered wagons. These people weren't immigrants, nor did they have economic problems. They were shopkeepers, farmers, and merchants who simply decided to make a big change in their lives. Despite all the risks and doubts, they were hopeful of finding something better. No one knows why this great migration started, but I think it was related to our fundamental beliefs about individual freedom, and the idea that if there is something better at the end of the rainbow, we have a responsibility to pursue it. This is the basis of our discussion of character in this program. Character isn't something you're born with, unchangeable like a fingerprint. It's not something you're born with at all. You must take responsibility for building it. You might not be able to cross the Rocky Mountains in covered wagons, but by crossing the mountains of your own soul, you can build a better life for yourself. And that is perhaps an even greater challenge. There was a joke about a football team that lost every game. The coach would say, "Well, we're building a lot of character this year." Right? As if character is something you have to settle for when you don't get what you want. Or as if character is something that automatically appears in you as a result of misery. No, I don't accept that. In my opinion, misery doesn't build character on its own, and success doesn't create it either. You can build character by how you react to the events of your life. Whether you win every game or lose every game, whether you get rich or struggle. We build character with specific traits that we must create and carefully cultivate within ourselves. Exactly the way you plant and water seeds, or gather wood and make a fire. You must look for those things in your heart and within yourself. You must chisel to find them, just as you chisel stone to create a sculpture that previously only existed in your mind. But the wonderful thing about character is this. If you are truly committed to transforming yourself into the person you want to become, you not only create those traits, you strengthen them. You reproduce them abundantly, even while using them every day in your life. Like the fire of Abraham. He caught fire, but the flames did not consume him. Character preserves itself and takes care of itself. even as it is being used, tested, and challenged. In this program, we are going to discuss the 12 traits that I believe are the pillars of a powerful character. We'll talk about righteousness, and why doing the right thing is always in your best interest. We'll examine honesty, and see why you should always be truthful with yourself. We'll look at endurance, and see how to overcome every obstacle. We'll examine the trait of wisdom, and see why knowing the facts of a situation is not always the same as knowing the truth. But I don't call them courageous. And there are people who do stupid things with their cars, endangering their own lives and the lives of others. They aren't brave people. In fact, a hungry donkey will eat as much as it can until its stomach bursts, even if you hit it with a stick and try to stop it. It has overcome its fear, but it is certainly not courageous. We may not be able to define it precisely, but we sense that there are differences between sensible actions and the things the Medal of Honor winners achieved. Let me use a few sentences to show what those differences reveal about the true nature of courage. I can't do this better than the great philosopher Aristotle, who said over 2,000 years ago, "A truly brave person is not someone who never feels fear, but someone who fears the right things at the right time and in the right way." What does that mean exactly? What does it mean to fear the right things in the right way at the right time? To find the answer, let's look at a few sources of fear that many people are facing right now. First, many people today are afraid of what might happen to them financially. And of course it's true that great changes are happening in the economy that will directly affect the lives of millions of people. I've heard that a company that currently employs 10,000 men and women might only need a fifth of that number in 10 years. In the last 50 years, entire segments of our society learned to identify with the company that employed them. That company not only paid them a salary, but also provided health benefits, and they could receive a pension from the age of 65 or even earlier. Now that connection between the employee and the company is changing. Much of the work previously done by people inside the company can now be done much more cheaply outside the country, and companies are taking advantage of this. Perhaps out of necessity, perhaps merely to increase corporate profits. In any case, the fear of losing one's job that has arisen in the workforce has never been seen before. What else are we afraid of? They're afraid of getting sick, because they don't exercise enough, or because they eat bad food, or because of chemicals in the air, their food, or their water. In fact, it seems to me that people today are more afraid of these things than ever before, more so than when epidemics and poor hygiene were widespread. People are also afraid of the costs that illness or disability might bring, or the costs of a parent or family member falling ill. So, financial fears and health fears are two of our main concerns. But the third thing that in my opinion scares people today is something not so easily categorized. It's a general feeling that things aren't as good as they used to be, that there's no longer any control at the fundamental level of our society. A sense that earthquakes are happening one after another. Some large and deep, some small and imperceptible. These have changed the foundations of society, moving towards results that are not at all good. Now, keeping in mind the idea that a brave person is not someone who never feels fear, but someone who fears the right things at the right time and in the right way. Let's ask ourselves, are these fears really consistent with that definition? I think if we look a little deeper, we see that what really scares people about these conditions is a feeling that they will become helpless. That all their trust was placed in one person or one thing, and now that person or thing has failed them, and they can't do anything about it. Helplessness. But remember, you are never truly helpless. And this feeling of being helpless, or that you would be helpless if certain things happened, is something you should truly fear and not accept. You are never just a victim of circumstance. No matter what happens, you have options that can get you back on track. Understanding this requires courage, because it means accepting responsibility for your future. But my opinion is that we must accept that responsibility, because no one is going to accept it for us. And no matter what beliefs we have, it doesn't matter. Let me emphasize that most fears are the fear of helplessness, the feeling of being victimized, or the feeling of being tossed this way and that by the wind of fate, like a leaf falling from a tree. But is that the right way to look at things? It seems to me it's like being afraid of the dark. In this situation, the best thing to do is get out of bed and turn on the lights. After all, the people who built this country did not feel helpless when faced with obstacles we can't even imagine today. I'm not saying we should all gather around a fire and tell stories about George Washington, but we should know that every generation has faced insecurities, lived with them, and overcome them. It's only in the last 50 years that people have expected a life without any real hardship or real problems. But misfortune is not something to be afraid of. It's something to expect. It's something to prepare for, and something to overcome. A truly brave person is not dominated by fear. Fear plays a different role in their life. If you are a brave person, your fears are not about the disasters someone might bring upon you, or events that might happen to you. Your fears are about not living up to your potential, about reacting instead of acting, about not using the opportunities that are always within your reach. A truly brave person is not afraid of what might or might not happen next week or next month. They are afraid of not making the most of every single moment of today. A truly brave person is afraid of the desire to dominate others. They help others be their best selves. A truly brave person is afraid of doing anything that they or their loved ones might be ashamed of later. A truly brave person is afraid of paying more attention to appearances than to truth, of letting influence be more important than connection, of making themselves seem more important than those who depend on them. But there is one thing the brave person fears more than anything else. A truly brave person is afraid of getting caught, and dedicates part of their life to ensuring that this never happens. In other words, a truly brave person, as someone once said, is afraid of nothing except fear itself. Honesty and integrity are two traits of a strong character that are relatively easy to define. Say what you mean, believe what you say. When you say, "I will do something," do what you say you will. That is integrity, the consistency between words and actions. Don't lie. Tell the truth. That is honesty. Even though these two are among the clearest and most identifiable components of a strong character, they are hard to find in the real world. It seems it's always been this way. In ancient Greece, the philosopher Diogenes searched for an honest man and never found one. I've been lucky. In my opinion, I've met many honest people. But if I compare that number to all the dishonest people I've seen, I have to admit that even by my experience, honesty and integrity are rare. Why is that? I hope to provide you with some answers. But just as we began our discussion of courage by looking at fear, I want to begin our discussion of honesty by looking at the opposite of honesty. There was a time when telling a lie was a very serious matter. I'm talking about the era before lawsuits and legal contracts. In those days, lying was a very big deal. Furthermore, accusing someone of lying was also a serious matter. Today, when there's a breach of integrity in a business matter, we call a lawyer. But for hundreds of years, calling someone a liar was the most common way to challenge them to a duel. First with swords, later with guns. Dishonesty was treated like a personal insult that required an immediate reaction. Everyone knew that if their lie was discovered, they would be in big trouble. So, lying required a kind of foolish courage. But today, that risk doesn't exist. Some people lie without even thinking about it. Most people know when they're being lied to, and they might find it repulsive, but they accept it. They might even decide to become liars themselves. After all, very few duels are fought these days. To explain this, I can make a comparison between the feelings some people have today about lying and the feeling they have about money. In the past, you either had money or you didn't. When you bought something and the bill came, you had to pay it or there would be immediate trouble. There were only two options. You paid your debt or you were considered a thief. Some people, if they couldn't pay their debt, would kill themselves. I'm sure we all agree that situation no longer exists. Many people no longer feel that kind of responsibility for paying debts immediately. And certainly, today, we can delay payment for our purchases. Well, as long as we can make that minimum payment on our credit card. That anguish of having to pay the full price of something immediately, that anguish of having to give something up to acquire something else, we don't have that anymore. We can buy everything on installment plans and credit. Of course, this adds a lot of interest to the item, and the installments can become large. But most people don't even think about it. It's a cost they are willing to pay to get exactly what they want right now. There are many situations where telling the truth is painful, exactly as paying a large bill is painful. In fact, when talking about paying debts and telling the truth, we use similar words. We might say that a person's word is like money in the bank. We say we are responsible and must accept the consequences of our actions. We must accept the results. If you've done something you're not very proud of and you're told you have to take responsibility, well, how does that feel? How do you deal with it when you have to explain something that makes you uncomfortable? What options do you have? Well, it's a bit like that moment of decision when your credit card bill comes each month. If you want to pay the full amount, it might be a bit painful. You might think about it. You know your life will be easier in the long run. But at that moment, it's painful to pay for the new TV or computer in full. Or maybe the payment for your boat. I don't know if you can pay for a boat on credit, but I've known people who would if they could. Solving a problem completely and paying in full can be painful. So, the easier thing to do is to pay the minimum amount and postpone the pain to next month. The easier thing is to entrust your bill to a magical plastic flying carpet and throw it in the mailbox. Of course, it's not a flying carpet. It's more like an arrow that after you release it, comes back towards you. One day it will come back and hit you in the back of the head. But, as they say, I'll think about it tomorrow. For now, it's flying in the air. Let me give you some good advice about avoiding a bankrupt character. Pay your moral debt, maintain your integrity, face ugly truths by telling the truth, and do it as soon as they appear. When you feel that temptation to evade the truth, resist it immediately. Don't pass over it lightly. Treat it like a fire in the kitchen, a fire you put out before it burns down your whole house, and fills it with so much smoke you can't see where you're going. Because when your moral capital runs out, you can no longer see where you're going. Not being truthful is similar to buying on credit in another way. Both are addictive. At first, both go very smoothly and make you want more. Every addictive behavior gives you a simple short-term escape from a problem. But that escape becomes more and more complicated over time. Lying can get very complicated. To be a good liar, you need a phenomenal memory, because you always have to create more and more lies to match the first one you told. I'm sure we've all been caught in that kind of bind at some point. Shakespeare says it beautifully: when we first try to deceive, what tangled webs we weave. You might think I'm being a little harsh. Am I saying you must tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in every situation? So, if someone asks me how I'm doing today, I should say, well, to be honest, my finger hurts, my head hurt last night, and I have to admit my feet ache a little. No, that's not what I mean. In fact, I think there are many times when we need to be a little flexible about not telling the whole truth, as long as we're telling nothing but the truth. We'll discuss this later. But telling a complete lie, a planned lie, a lie with hidden motives, lying for the sake of personal gain. Today, the temptation is so strong that I want to spend a little more time on it. I want to make a distinction between foolish or exaggerative and humorous lies, and those that are truly wicked and poisonous to character. Bragging, exaggeration, flattery, making things seem bigger, they are all the same. They have always existed, and they can affect you at any time. It's like catching a cold virus from others. Most of the time it's harmless, unless it becomes a permanent part of your personality, which certainly happens for some people. In high school, someone else scored the goal, but you're watching the World Cup with your nephew and you say, "I scored that goal." That's not a problem. You don't know the CEO of X corporation at all. But the client you want to impress hasn't even given you a handshake yet. So this is your chance to act like an insider. That's not a problem either. You're not the creative director of your ad agency. You're the copywriter. But the woman sitting next to you on the plane doesn't know the difference. That's not a problem. unless she comes to your office one day. It's a small world after all. But anyway, it's not a problem. These are just tall tales. They all go on that old credit card we talked about a moment ago. I should mention that there's also such a thing as reverse bragging. People who flaunt their frugality. People who go on about how broke they are. People who flaunt their lack of self-promotion.
This is actually becoming more common. Be aware of it.
All of this is childish nonsense, and it's usually harmless, stemming from succumbing to a moment of social pressure. It's not a behavior that defines a strong character. But even people with strong character sometimes overdo it. Ernest Hemingway was a great writer and one of the strongest people of the century, but even he could be reckless. In any case, this kind of bragging and flattery should be separated from what we call real lying. Lying is not like adding a charge to your credit card. Real lying is like stealing. In my opinion, a key component of these real lies is premeditation and planning. If a supervisor in a company steals an idea from one of their subordinates, and then in a meeting with a company executive says, "It was my idea," this requires a series of events and a conscious decision to continue the deception within that chain. This type of lying isn't just stealing the subordinate's idea. You're also stealing from the company executive. You're stealing the truth from the executive. You're weaving a dream. If someone lies in an earnings report to drive up a company's stock price, that is the deliberate fabrication of a lie in the minds of investors. In the real world, both of these examples have happened, and they have ruined people's lives and careers. In my experience, people who tell serious lies and behave unethically eventually get caught. Usually, the people who are fooled are living in illusions fed to them. But even if they never get caught, the criminal, and I think that word is too mild for such a person, must live within those illusions for so long that their own sense of reality is damaged. By blurring others' perception of the truth, you lose your own perception of the truth. All these lies, the small deceptions and the great frauds, are driven by fear. The person is afraid that the truth about themselves isn't good enough, so they distance themselves from it. Someone is afraid they can't come up with an idea of their own, so they steal someone else's. Or they're afraid a company won't succeed in the future, so they find a way to inflate the stock price. It's truly the act of cowards. Remember what we said about courage. Courage means fearing the right things at the right time and in the right way. Fear this, presenting a false version of who you are, what you've done, or what you want to do. Trust the person you truly are. Trust your ability to earn the respect of others. Pay whatever price the truth demands, and pay it immediately. Because in the long run, it's a good deal. When you are in a leadership position, whether in your job or as the head of a family, honesty and integrity don't matter as much as money, shelter, or a telephone. Actually, honesty and integrity are more important than all of those. They are as important as having air, food, and water. For a leader, honesty and integrity are absolutely vital for survival. Many employers don't know how carefully their subordinates watch them. Remember when you were a kid, how you would watch your teacher all day in class? I'm sure that by the end of the school year, you could imitate all your teacher's movements and behaviors. I'm sure you were aware of the slightest tone in your teacher's voice. You recognized all the small signals. You knew when they were bluffing and when they were telling the truth. You could do that after watching them for 8 or 9 months. Imagine having 5 or 10 years. Do you think there would be anything left about your teacher that you wouldn't know as a manager? Probably not. That's what your people know about you. If you haven't been completely honest with them, they figured it out. If you believe they haven't, it's probably because they are afraid of you. That's another problem in itself. There's another side to this coin. In any organization, people want to believe in their leaders. If you give them a reason to trust you, they won't go looking for a reason to believe otherwise. They will see your positive traits as much as they see your negative ones. I heard a story about something that happened recently at a company in the West. The wife of a new employee had complications during childbirth. The medical costs exceeded $10,000, and the health insurance wouldn't cover it. The employee hadn't been earning a salary for very long. He had just joined the company after his wife became pregnant. In any case, the employee was desperate. He went to the company manager and asked him to speak with the insurance people. The manager agreed, and the employee soon found out that the costs had been paid. But when the employee talked to his colleagues about the manager's great influence over the insurance company, they just shook their heads and smiled. The manager had paid the costs from his own pocket, and everyone knew it. Even though it was done quietly, you can't hide dishonesty. It immediately harms a leader's authority. But integrity is just as visible. When you are in a leadership position, you have the opportunity to let people see who you are, but eventually they will see your true face. So don't be mistaken about this. Leadership in a family requires even higher standards of honesty and integrity, and the risk is greater. You can change employees and start over. You can find another job for yourself if you need to, but you can't change your family. You must be careful. Children are excellent moral philosophers, especially when they reach adolescence. They are determined to discover and expose any hypocrisy, falsehood, or deceit from those in positions of authority. And if we are parents, we are those authorities. The ruthlessness of children in this regard can be frightening, but they don't make this decision consciously. It's one of the essential stages of development. They test everything, especially their parents. In Arthur Miller's great play, Death of the Salesman, it's hard to believe that a son would completely lose his faith in his father because of one dishonest act. But when a father or mother loses their moral authority, regaining it is very difficult. Studies show that children understand a great deal. If you accidentally step on their favorite toy, they will forgive you very quickly and probably forget about it. If you lose your job and the family has to move, they will adapt. If parents don't get along and decide to divorce, most children can cope with it. But they cannot cope with deceit. Forgiving it might take years. Many people have a picture of their child on their desk. Is it a reminder of the child's face? Do they want to show the child to people who enter the office? Well, that's one reason. But there's an even more important reason why those images are there, or should be there. They are there to remind us of what is at stake when we make the decisions that define our character. And we all make many of those decisions every day. As an honest person, you can easily teach integrity to your children, and they will easily accept you as their teacher. This is a wonderful opportunity, and also a great responsibility, because we must teach children to tell the truth, to believe what they say, and to say what they believe is right. There was something interesting about the Native Americans of the Southwest regarding the skills they felt their children needed to know. One of them was hiding. In a desert environment, where there seemed to be nowhere to hide, you might only be able to press yourself against the back of a cactus. But Native American children could disappear. Running was another very important skill. From the age of 6 or 7, Native American children were taught to run long distances with their mouths full of water to control their breathing. Of course, both running and hiding were skills that could save a child's life and also protect the group. Today, we also must teach children skills that will save their lives. Integrity is one of those very important skills. It might be hard for you to convince yourself of this. I heard the story of a man who was a pilot of anti-submarine aircraft for the Navy. He flew long missions over the water. He described an accident that happened with the onset of a storm. They faced a complex navigation problem to escape the storm. The problem became more complicated when the navigation officer said he couldn't solve it because he had missed some training classes, thinking that material would never be useful. I can't promise that learning this will save your children's lives, but nothing is more important than teaching them integrity. There's an old saying, those who can, do. Those who can't, teach. But you cannot teach honesty unless you are an honest person yourself. You cannot teach integrity unless you live with integrity. It's very simple. I mentioned earlier that there might be times when a little flexibility in telling the truth is good. I want to return to that discussion. You might think that we must always tell the whole truth in every situation, exactly as we see it. but I've lived enough in the real world to know things aren't that simple. In Hamlet, Shakespeare says of one of his characters, "He is a man who has his own flaws, and honesty is his flaw. He is more honest than wise." Just as there is a difference between boasting and planned deception, there is also a difference between lying and understanding the importance of tact. How can you tell the difference? Your inner sense will tell you. By the time we reach adulthood, I think most of us have very precise moral displays in our heads and hearts. We might not pay attention to what that moral display says, but it's there. When you are in a leadership position, I think there is at least one area where you can be flexible in telling the truth. You should always exaggerate your enthusiasm for your employees' work. You should use a lot of carrots and very few sticks. Your plan for dealing with subordinates should include at least 6 parts praise for every 1 part criticism. Does this flexibility regarding the truth reduce your respect? I don't think so. Does a little self-promotion when expressing your true feelings lead to more productivity, better work, and better morals? Absolutely. And a great deal of behavioral science research confirms this. Praise is one of the most effective tools for training and leadership in the world. Criticism and blame, even when deserved, are destructive unless all other methods have failed. Vince Lombardi, the coach of the Green Bay Packers, certainly deserved his reputation as a tough coach and a man of strong character. But even he understood the importance of building people's self-confidence. If you had gone to a practice session when the Packers were one of the strongest football teams in the world, you would have seen the results. Lombardi had a defensive back on his team who would pass the ball to another defender. The young defensive back certainly wanted to impress the coach. But after the player made 3 or 4 passes in a row, Lombardi got upset. He looked unhappy and took the defensive back aside. "What are you doing? You're going to destroy my team," Lombardi said. "Start cutting off the opponent's roots." And the player started cutting off the opponent's roots. You can call it tact, or psychology, or just clever maneuvering, but it usually brings out the best performance in people. It's like the oil that makes the human communication machine run smoothly. So honesty is the best policy, but sometimes it's better not to tell the whole truth. So far, we've talked mostly about the importance of honesty and integrity in dealing with other people. But now I want to talk about what those traits mean in your relationship with yourself. I think it's useful to use a term here from clinical psychology: cognitive dissonance. Let me give you a quick example to explain what I mean. Consider a person who is a financial planner for individuals. They make good money advising people about life insurance, mutual funds, and different types of mortgages. But a large part of their work is dedicated to helping people who are in deep debt, people who need to cut up their credit cards and start saving instead of spending. Sometimes the only way is to declare bankruptcy and start over. If one day this financial planner says they are going to quit this work, you might be genuinely surprised. They say, "I can't take the pressure anymore. It's too stressful." We understand that. Facing the problems of different people in financial difficulty must be stressful, trying to help them day after day. But the strange thing is, they suddenly confess, "I'm one of the people in financial trouble. I have a whole bunch of overdue installments, even my car payment. After talking about debt all day, I can't even look at myself in the mirror anymore." This man is suffering from cognitive dissonance, the severe kind. He is trying to live with 2 conflicting images of himself in his mind, and the pressure is draining all his energy. He is essentially a good person. He believes in doing the right thing. But that's the problem. He knows he is living with a lie, and the stress is finally destroying him. You would be amazed at the percentage of managers and professionals who know they are presenting a false image to the world. The need to keep up appearances, competition with colleagues, the pressure to be better than last year. All these things tempt a person to put on a mask. And I don't just mean bragging. I'm talking about creating a gap between what you say to the world and what you know is the real truth about you. All the world's a stage, and in a sense, we are all playing roles. But living with honesty and integrity can make things much easier. This is where ethics and psychology meet. Not only is reducing cognitive dissonance the right thing to do, but in the long run, it's much easier on your soul. We all know people who have advanced because of lies and unethical behavior. As a child, you think that never happens, but when you get older, you see that it does. Then you think you've gotten wise, but that's not the end of the story. When you get even older, you see the long-term results of lies and realize that in the end, it doesn't pay off. I've seen people who made millions of dollars through shady business practices, and I saw more health problems in those people than any insurance agent could explain. I've seen people who decided to betray a friend or business partner for a big payday. Those people look 20 years older than they are. Listen to what people say. Open your eyes, and I think you will see that what I'm saying is true. Hoping for luck through deceit is the beginning of losing. It's an old saying. I don't think it means losing money. I think it means losing self-respect. You might have all the material things in the world, but if you've lost your self-respect, you have nothing. The only way you can achieve success and enjoy it is to achieve it honestly, and be proud of what you've done. This isn't just a slogan, it's very practical advice. You should remember this very well. Someone told me about a man who breeds thoroughbred racehorses. One of his favorite words is class. He talks about how one horse has class and another doesn't, and what an impact this class can have on a race. This was a bit confusing to me at first, because it seems that the horse that runs the fastest wins, whether it has class or not. So what did he mean by class? According to this man, class means using stored energy. Class is the ability to overcome all the challenges during the race. Class doesn't mean you never get tired. It means you never show it. Class doesn't mean you never feel the temptation to give up. And in the last few meters of the race, it's class that makes the difference. The title of this chapter is Endurance, but it could have been Class, because these two seem like very similar traits. Use whichever word you prefer, but this is a very important component of a strong character. Furthermore, I think in recent years we have somewhat neglected the importance of endurance, because we see talent as the primary determinant of success. For example, there are many special programs in schools called Gifted and Talented. They can start in first grade. They test the child, and the child either is gifted or isn't. They either have talent or they don't. Our expectations of them and their expectations of themselves change based on that test score. Of course, there are some educational systems that believe less in talent and more in hard work and effort. And since those systems have led to incredible progress in recent years, I think it's important that we take a close look at endurance and persistence, and how we can acquire those things, no matter what talents or skills we have. But can endurance actually be created? After all, this trait is something that has been developed over generations on racetracks. Can the human equivalent of class and endurance be learned, the same way you learn to drive or play a piece of music? I believe that endurance can largely be learned, and there are very powerful techniques that can help you learn it. Certainly, the most important tool you can use to develop endurance is a personal list of challenging, realistic, well-defined, and beneficial goals. A success-oriented person has goals. Without a goal, you're just spinning your wheels. The difference between a person who pursues a goal and someone without a goal is like the difference between a Wimbledon champion and a child hitting a ball back and forth on a court without a net, with no opponent to bring out their best performance and no way to keep score. Despite everything that has been written about the importance of goal setting, very few people actually use it practically. It never ceases to amaze me how an ordinary person will put more thought into planning a 2-week vacation than into planning their life. What are they taking a vacation from? They haven't decided what they want to do with their life, but for those 2 weeks a year, they decide to do something different, and they plan it very carefully. Challenge creates a strong character, and goals, represent the most positive form of challenge. Leaders have precise, focused personal goals, as well as company goals. In fact, one of the primary responsibilities of leadership is defining goals for the majority of people who can't do it for themselves. Over the years, I've come up with some impactful ideas about goal setting, and I want to share them with you. I also want to mention some traps of goal-oriented behavior that aren't usually discussed, but should be. When I was a child, I used to think about buying a train ticket and just going somewhere. I didn't think about where I wanted to go or how long it would take to get there. I just loved the idea of getting on a train and letting it take me somewhere. I think that idea is still appealing to us, but we shouldn't live that way as adults. When you grow up, you buy a train or plane ticket because you want to go somewhere, and you know exactly where you're going. You might have to change planes in another city. Your flight might be cancelled and you take another one. You might not feel like talking to the person sitting next to you, but you persist. You know where you're going and you are determined to get there. That's goal-oriented behavior in its simplest form. We have short-term goals and long-term goals.
Sometimes you're traveling by plane across the country. Sometimes you're walking to the store across the street.
Long-term goals are the equivalent of a great journey. When you achieve your long-term goals, your life fundamentally changes, and the process of getting there transforms you into a stronger, wiser person than you are now, and your performance improves. How can you identify your long-term goals? On a piece of paper or in a notebook, write down these 5 headings. What do I want to do? What do I want to be? What do I want to see? What do I want to have? Where do I want to go? Now, under each of these categories, write down several possible long-term goals. Don't be too sensitive about it. Just let your mind flow and come up with 5 or 6 ideas for each category. Don't worry about details for now, and don't spend too much time describing a specific goal. For example, under category 1, what do I want to do? Let's say you want to write a book about your family's past and trace your great-grandfather's arrival in the United States. Just quickly write down family past. Then, as you look at your draft list, you realize that you've always wanted to see the pyramids of Egypt, so you write down the pyramids. Continue writing down ideas, letting the list of categories inspire you. Some of the things you see on the paper may surprise you. You may have been holding many desires and aspirations in the back of your mind, and writing them down brings them forward into your conscious mind. That's one of the benefits of this technique. When you are satisfied with your list of long-term goals, read it again. Then, next to each item, write down how many years you think it will take to achieve that specific goal. It's better to round the numbers into categories of 1 year, 3 years, 5 years, and 10 years. For example, you might estimate that it will take you 10 years to research and write your family history book, but only 5 years to get yourself to a position where you can arrange a trip to the pyramids of Egypt. Set a time frame like this for each of your long-term goals. Immediate goals, those that take less than a year to achieve, are also important. We'll talk about them separately soon. Once you've entered the time frames, you should have a relatively balanced distribution of all your goals. If you have a lot of 1 year and 3 year goals, but only a few in the 10-year category, you might need to think more about where you want your life to go in the long term. What kind of life do you want to build? But if you have many 10-year goals and few short-term goals, this might indicate that you are procrastinating, too focused on where you will end up, and not paying enough attention to what you could achieve right now. Work on your list, adding or removing goals with different time frames until you reach a fairly even distribution. Now comes the challenging and interesting part. So far, you've only been adding items to the list. But now it's time to make some choices. Now you must ask yourself, what is truly important, as opposed to things that are merely enjoyable? Select 4 goals from each of the 4 time frames: 1 year, 3 years, 5 years, and 10 years. Now you have 16 separate goals. Up to this point, you've only mentioned them briefly. But now you can see them very clearly in your mind. See the goal as if it has become reality at this very moment. Describe precisely what you see and write it down. Do you intend to open a handmade craft store in 3 years? What will the store look like from across the street? Will there be gold leaf on the windows? Or will there be a sign on the door instead? How many square meters will the store be? Will there be a display area in the front and a workspace in the back? Or will the crafts be made elsewhere? Do you want to have employees or run the business alone? Think of all the questions that need to be answered, so you can see your goal completely clearly. Then write the information in a notebook or on a piece of paper. This will be one of the most important assets of your character. But it's not just this. Every goal is a powerful motivator if there is a strong reason behind it. Why do you want to achieve your goals? Why do you want to have a handmade craft store, or a private plane, or a newspaper stand in a small town in Vermont? Why do you want to compete in a triathlon, or visit the Australian outback, or be the first person in your family to get a PhD? Write down your reason for wanting each of the goals. Do this with the same level of detail and precision you used when writing your descriptions. If you cannot find a clear and convincing reason for each of your 16 goals, then reconsider them. They might be more like fantasies and whims than real goals. Now is the time to find that out. Keep working on your list until you have 16 precise, motivating, long-term goals. Review what you wrote every once in a while and track your progress towards these goals. Most importantly, have endurance. Setting a goal is a very important first step, but achieving a goal is a continuous, lifelong process. That's what makes it so challenging. And that's also why achieving your long-term goals is so rewarding. Now, as for achieving short-term goals, which can take anywhere from a day to a year, I recommend creating many goals that can be achieved in a month or less. Write them down, read what you wrote regularly, track your progress, and do something periodically that brings you closer to achieving these very short-term goals. This way, you'll always have something to celebrate. These goals are not only important in themselves, but they also increase your confidence and motivation for a lifestyle based on endurance and acquisition. Let me finish this discussion by emphasizing the fundamental importance of goal setting for leadership success and for building a strong character. Let me also emphasize that in achieving a goal, endurance is as important as gasoline is for driving a car. Certainly, there are times when you feel like you're spinning your wheels, but with real endurance, you always get out of that state. Without it, you can't even start your engine. I'll be talking about this state in a moment and how to get out of it. The opposite of endurance is procrastination. Endurance means you never give up. Procrastination usually means you never start. Although I consider the inability to finish something to also be a form of procrastination. If you ask people why they procrastinate, you usually hear something like this. I'm a perfectionist. Everything has to be right before I can start. There must be no distractions, no noise, no annoying phone calls. And of course, I have to be physically well. I can't work with a headache. The other side of procrastination, meaning the inability to finish a task, has a similar perfectionist justification. I'm never satisfied. I'm my own harshest critic. If everything isn't excellent and perfect, I can't imagine my work is finished. That's just the kind of person I am, and I probably won't ever change. Do you see what's happening here? They are seeing their flaw as a virtue. The perfectionist is saying that their standards are too high for this world. This is valuing a flaw, a justified excuse they use when you ask them to talk about their weakness. But it's just another kind of excuse making, and it has nothing to do with the real reason for procrastination. The basis of procrastination can be a fear of failure. If you look closely, extreme perfectionism is exactly the same. What difference does it make if you're afraid of not being perfect, or afraid of anything else? Fear has paralyzed you. What difference does it make if you never start, or if you never finish? Either way, you're stuck. Either way, you're not moving. Either way, you're allowing a negative image of the future to overcome you. An image where you see others criticizing you, or mocking you, or punishing you, or running you out of town. Of course, this negative image of the future is a very convenient mental tool. It allows you to do nothing. Now I want to tell you how to overcome procrastination. I'll show you how to turn procrastination into endurance. And if you do what I say, the process will have no pain. I'll tell you exactly how you can do it. A moment ago, I mentioned a negative image of the future as a mental tool for not working. If you were using that tool, I want you to put it aside and use two other very powerful principles instead. These principles lead to productivity and endurance, not inaction and inactivity. The first principle is to break the task down. It doesn't matter what you're trying to do, whether it's writing a book, climbing a mountain, or painting a house. The key to success is your ability to break the task down into small, manageable, doable parts, and do them one after another. Focus on doing what is right in front of you right now. Don't pay attention to things far away. Replace negative thinking about the future with positive thinking about the present. This is the first important technique for abandoning procrastination. Suppose I ask you, can you write a 400-page novel? If you're like most people, this seems impossible. The moment I ask you this question, an image forms in your mind of a big, thick book on a coffee table, with hundreds and hundreds of words on each page. Yes, certainly, someone wrote the book you imagined. But that person definitely wasn't you. But suppose I ask you a different question. Suppose I ask you to write 1.5 pages every day for a year. Do you think you could do that? Now, does that seem more doable? See, we've broken the 400-page book into small pieces. But still, I think many people would find this image of the future terrifying. Why? Writing 1.5 pages doesn't sound so bad until you're asked to look a year ahead. When people look that far into the distance, many of them automatically slip into a negative state. Well, let me rephrase the idea of writing a book in a different way. Let me make it even smaller. Suppose I ask you, can you fill 1.5 pages with words? Not for a year, not for a month, not even a week, just for today. Don't look any further ahead than this. I think most people would confidently say they could do it. Of course, these are the same people who feel they have no ability to write a whole book. Now, if I ask these same people the same question tomorrow, if I say, don't look back, don't look forward, I just want you to fill 1.5 pages today, do you think you can do it? Day by day. You've probably heard this phrase before. That's what we're doing. We're breaking the time needed for a big task into daily segments. And we're breaking the work needed to write a 400-page book into 1.5-page segments. If you continue this for a year, the book will be finished. Get into the habit of not looking back and not looking forward. This way, you can do things you never thought you could do. One of the beauties of this technique is that you can take it even a step further if you have to. If writing 1.5 pages a day still seems like too much, break it down even more. Try to write 3 sentences in the next hour. Don't look any further ahead than that. Then the only thing you have to do is endure. Procrastination will no longer be an issue, because now the task is so small that no fear creeps in. And it all starts with those 3 key words: chunk it down. The second technique for overcoming procrastination, what are those 3 words? Write things down. In our discussion of goal setting, we saw how important writing is. The writing you do to overcome procrastination is very similar. But instead of focusing on the future, now you're writing about the present, exactly as you experience it each day. Instead of describing what you want to do or where you want to go, you're describing what you're actually doing with your time and the places you actually visit. In other words, you keep a daily log of your activity, the things that distract you, the detours, the amount of time you waste during the day will amaze you. All of these are obstacles to reaching your goals. For many people, it seems like they've planned it this way subconsciously. The great thing about a daily log is that it brings all of this to light. It forces you to see what you're actually doing and what you're not doing. The log doesn't need to be very detailed. Just buy a small pocket notebook that you can carry with you. When you go to lunch, when you're driving around town, when you get a coffee, when you're sitting on the couch, note the start time and the end time of each activity. Try to make these notes very quickly, but if you can't do it immediately, you can do it later. However, you should enter something in your log at least every half hour, and you should continue for at least a week. To benefit from this very powerful productivity technique, what else do you need to do? Nothing. You don't need to do anything else at all. This is just a process of making yourself aware of how you're actually spending your time. You will naturally, without any effort, organize your life. It might be hard to believe, but it's true. When you have to write down that you wasted 15 minutes by the coffee machine today, you'll hesitate to do it tomorrow. When you have to write in your log that you worked on an important project for 30 minutes today and then went to read the newspaper, tomorrow you'll spend more time on the project and stay away from the newspaper. Just try keeping a daily log for a week, and you'll see its effect on your ability to focus and achieve your goals. Break it down and write it down. It's very easy to understand. It's very simple. These are impactful and powerful techniques for productivity. This is how you can discard procrastination. This is how you can start. But how can you continue? How can you keep your motivation high at all times? How do you learn to have endurance when the novelty of the task wears off and you're still a distance from your goals? I'll talk about that in a few moments. The Irish poet William Butler Yeats wrote a poem describing some of the bad traits of the modern world. One of the things he had realized was that bad people seem to have the most energy, while good people become discouraged and doubt their own abilities. The best lack all conviction, while the worst are full of passionate intensity. Those were the words Yeats used. And it's true. We can look at the world and see many things happening that we wish weren't. And there are people working hard to make them happen, for reasons we may not like. When we see this, we might say, so what? What hope is there? Why shouldn't I just give up on everything I've tried to achieve and take it easy in life? Even people with strong character sometimes feel this way. We all experience these moments. This is where endurance truly becomes difficult. What's the answer? Well, remember that in our discussion of goal setting, I asked you to create 5 categories for your long-term goals. What do you want to do? What do you want to be? What do you want to see? What do you want to have? Now I want to add one more. Who do you want to share it with? In other words, besides yourself, who are you working for? In the first 5 categories, you were asked to focus only on your own desires and why they are important to you. But now, I want you to think about other people. Who depends on you? If you endure and succeed, who benefits? If you give up and stop trying, who suffers? When you achieve your goals, who can you go to and help? Write down the answers to these questions, just as you answered the questions in the other categories. For many people, the answers are immediately obvious. If you have a family, your spouse and children depend on you. Perhaps you have elderly parents who need help. They depend on you now. But even if you're single or just starting your career, you can find reasons for endurance and success that go beyond your personal needs. Maybe you want to share some of your financial success with the schools you attended, or with the institutions that gave you advice, or with the hospital where you were once treated. This sharing doesn't have to be financial. If your work has given you special skills, you can share your time and ability with others. You can, and I think you should. But perhaps you haven't yet realized the power of this. It's not just that your performance improves when you feel you're working for others besides yourself. If you want to keep going when the going gets tough, you must find reasons outside yourself to endure. Yeats also wrote, "A man alone has no chance." This doesn't just mean you need people to help you in life. It also means you need people you can help. You need people who can be the real reason for your endurance, a reason beyond acquiring material possessions and financial success. What's in it for me will only get you so far. But what's in it for the person next to me will take you where you need to go. In the final days of World War II, an American ship, the USS Indianapolis, was sunk by an enemy submarine. It was one of the war's bitterest events for American forces, as hundreds of people lost their lives. Many of those who survived the initial attack had to stay afloat in the water for days and nights until help arrived. The struggle to survive in the water was so hard that many gave up. In fact, Later reports said that eventually everyone wanted to give up. But when someone was about to stop trying, the others would talk about the people back home who needed them, about those who were counting on them to stay alive. And if there was no one currently depending on them, they would talk about future people they would one day need, people they hadn't even met yet, people not even born. They found all kinds of reasons that were beyond simply surviving. That motivation beyond the self was the only motivation strong enough. And what applied to those men in the hardship of war applies to all of our lives, no matter what we are trying to achieve. We started this discussion talking about racehorses and how the best of them overcome every challenge in a race. I don't know what motivates a racehorse. Maybe a treat at the finish line or the thought of a warm stable. I doubt they think about what they can do for other horses. Well, that's a big difference between horses and humans. People depend on each other. And people of strong character take joy in what they can do for others. Challenge yourself to become that kind of person, and you will have the power of endurance. People are born hungry. In the first moments of life, a human infant only thinks about food. At first, we are fed. But humans remain hungry throughout our entire lives. We are always hungry. But what do we need to satisfy this hunger? Well, it varies greatly. By the time we reach adulthood, some of us are hungry for wealth and power. Some of us are hungry for the truth. Some want everyone to love them. Some want everyone to fear them. But there is a fundamental challenge to this hunger. None of it can be permanently satisfied. When it comes to wanting things, there's never enough. This can be really frustrating. You buy a new car, but within a few years, it's an old car. You buy a new computer that does everything much faster, certainly faster than your neighbor's. But after a year, your neighbor buys a computer even faster than yours. Where does it end? Well, there's only one kind of person who doesn't have a problem with the impossibility of ever satisfying their thirst. One. It's the person who wants that mysterious commodity called wisdom. Whatever it is, they want it more than any car or computer in the world. Wisdom is like the learning capacity of the human brain, unlimited. There is always more to know, and there is always plenty of room in your brain for more learning. If you are a person who truly wants wisdom, life is truly a paradise. We all want to be successful, and I agree. But I've known people who wanted all the money they could get. Not for the things money can buy, but for the money itself. Wanting all the money in the world is like wanting to know everything in the world. Except the person who wants all the money is miserable. They never get it all, and they never think they have enough. Even if they have rooms full of $1,000 bills, they still want the next person's money. They are tormented by it, full of envy. But someone who seeks wisdom, even if they look over their neighbor's shoulder, just wants to know what they're reading. If the other person is reading a book they haven't read, they get happy. They become eager to read it themselves. Acquiring wisdom isn't what mathematicians call a zero-sum game. You don't have to lose something for me to gain it. You can give me your wisdom, and I'll have it now, but you'll still have it too. When one person shares their wisdom with another, neither side loses anything. In fact, both become wiser. Giving and receiving is a fundamental experience for most of us. But the idea of giving and receiving wisdom doesn't apply. There's no such thing as giving and receiving. It's only sharing. Wisdom is a unique commodity, if you can call it a commodity. Unlike other things people crave, wisdom is very difficult to imagine. We can imagine a room full of money. But how can you picture a room full of wisdom? Books aren't wisdom. They're just sheets of paper bound together. A book can help create wisdom in people's minds, but if you look inside their heads, you won't find wisdom there. So what is wisdom? For most people, wisdom is like something in a distant country, as if it's on some tropical island that few people have seen, maybe no one. But everyone has heard reports about it. Almost everyone believes wisdom exists, even if they've never seen it. In this respect, wisdom is almost like God, except it's not a divine trait. It's a human one, a very rare and valuable human trait. Ask anyone and they'll tell you that wisdom exists. Furthermore, that person will tell you they hope to become wise one day. Ask the same person how to become wise, how to acquire wisdom. And if that person themselves is wise, they'll only smile, or shake their head, or say, "Go out and look around you and think about what you see and hear." Once upon a time, there was a man who was a great banker, one of the top 4 in his business. He was born poor in Europe and was self-taught. He used his brains and courage to acquire great wealth. Many people listened enthusiastically to the stories of this man's life, and then they said, "Sir, you should write a book that contains everything you've learned about the world and success." But this great international banker just looked and smiled. He said, "I think I could do that, but it wouldn't be a very good book. In fact, I could say everything I know in 15 or 20 minutes. Everything I've learned in my life. But what good would it do? These aren't things you just hear from someone else or read in a book. Until you discover them for yourself, they are just words, just sentences, just drops of ink on paper. You have to live to learn what I learned. You have to arrive at these truths as you would arrive at a destination after a long journey, with that same sense of satisfaction and joy. Wisdom isn't something you can buy, or take a course in at school, or get a degree for. Nevertheless, every parent wants their children to go to good schools, and they're right. Wisdom isn't something you can take from someone else, but you can receive a little wisdom from everyone you meet. Wisdom is something a wise person always feels they need more of, and yet, the real source of wisdom is nowhere other than within ourselves. There are many very intelligent people with extensive specialized knowledge, who lack human understanding and awareness. We've all seen people like this. They get high scores on all their exams, get good grades in school, win all the prizes, usually make very good money doing what they're skilled at, building things, writing computer programs, practicing law, managing others. We've seen plenty of these. But go home with one of these geniuses. Look at their life outside of work, if they even have a life outside of work. You'll see that the things ordinary people know, the difference between right and wrong, what is fair, how to be happy, how valuable life is, they might say, "What does that have to do with me being smart?" Well, what is this awareness you're talking about? What is this human wisdom? What is this strong character? I've known people who had everything you could possibly wish for, every object you could think of, every car, every boat, every plane. But inside, where the real person lives, they are broken. They have nothing. They know nothing. The Bible says that Solomon was the wisest man in the world. But he wasn't just the wisest. He was also the richest. Kings and queens came from all over the world to hear Solomon's advice and admire his wealth. In fact, the stories say that Solomon had a wife from every country in the world, and he was successful in his marriages. He never even got a divorce. Was this man wise, or what? When Solomon was a young man living with his father, God told him he would grant him one wish. Do you know what he wished for? He didn't wish for kingship. He didn't wish for great power, or a beautiful appearance, or infinite pleasure, or a long life, or love, or fame, or security. Solomon asked God to grant him wisdom. And because he asked for wisdom and not other things, God gave him everything else. The most important difference between you and me and Solomon is not the time or place we were born, or the advantages we do or don't have. The difference isn't our name, our bank account, or our station in life. The difference is that Solomon acquired wisdom by asking God for it. The rest of us must seek wisdom in our surroundings. We must look for it in everything we read, in everything we do, in everyone we meet. And most of all, we must look for it within ourselves. Perhaps more than any other component of a strong character, we must seek this. Wisdom is a trait we must acquire and learn for ourselves. Yes, wisdom is a unique component of character. If you don't have it, no one can tell you what it is. And if you do have it, you'll probably be wise enough not to say, "I am a wise person." The wisest man in ancient Greece was the greatest philosopher the world has ever known, Socrates. In fact, Socrates made wisdom his profession. In ancient Greek, a philosopher means a lover of wisdom. Since he didn't have a regular job, people always asked Socrates, "What is your occupation?" He was smart enough to know he needed an answer, so he created a job title for himself, philosopher. But when people asked Socrates what wisdom was, he always gave the same answer: I don't know. In fact, Socrates never claimed to know very much, except how to ask questions. By asking questions, he would prove to people that they didn't know or weren't sure about what they thought they knew. Everyone in Greece agreed that Socrates was the wisest man in Greece. But unlike King Solomon, the philosopher Socrates had no great wealth. The wisest man in Greece was poor. King Solomon ran a large estate with many wives, many houses, and many children, and he did so without conflict or suffering. But Socrates had no home or family. The wisest man in Greece was married to a nagging woman and had no children. Every day, the wisest man in Greece would go to the marketplace, wander around, ask people questions, and hope they would invite him to dinner so he wouldn't have to go home and see his wife. King Solomon was respected by all the leaders of his time, but Socrates, the wisest man in Greece, wasn't even supported by the powerful people of his own country. Young men would go to Socrates to learn everything they could from this philosopher. But the powerful families of Athens, the city where Socrates lived, got tired of his questions. They got tired of hearing that no one knows anything for sure. So they accused the wisest man in Greece of corrupting their children. Instead of appreciating the greatest philosopher in history, the Athenians condemned him to death, unless he would take back what he had taught, unless he would apologize. But Socrates didn't take back his words. He didn't apologize. He cheerfully drank a glass of poison, sat down very quietly, said goodbye to a few loyal students, and kept on asking questions until the end. Two very wise men, Solomon and Socrates, with two completely different destinies. Having a lot of wisdom doesn't guarantee anything, but for those who truly care about wisdom, it seems that wisdom is its own reward. Socrates could have been pardoned. He only had to say he was wrong. And you might say, agreeing to be executed when you could be pardoned just by saying a few words, that's not wise, maybe not even smart. And if you or I were in that situation, you'd be right. But for Socrates, it was the right thing to do. Because Socrates really knew who he was, and he knew what gave his life meaning and made it worth living. It was his character, asking questions and trying to answer them honestly. Because if you suddenly decide not to be honest with yourself, what happens to the rest of your life, after you've dedicated yourself to honesty and wisdom for so long? Socrates knew who he was and what his life meant. He knew that even a single lie at the last moment would undo all the good and meaningful questions he had asked for over 70 years. You might ask again, is this wisdom? And I answer again with a question. For whom? For you and me? Or for the wisest man in Greece? What might seem wise to you and me, who could probably live happily despite betraying our own beliefs, would not be considered wisdom by someone who has completely dedicated their life to the search for truth. Socrates' motto was, know thyself. He knew himself well enough to know he had to drink that glass of poison, and his character was strong enough that he could actually do it. I know a few people who make money by doing financial planning for individuals. They help people and families define their financial needs for today and for the future. They help people do what needs to be done to meet those needs. Any personal financial planner will tell you that most people aren't prepared enough for retirement. And I should add that this lack of preparation isn't just about finances. Because for an adult human being, there needs to be a value or truth higher than merely continuing to live or breathing, or even having a good retirement income, just so you can spend your final years on the golf course. In my work, I've often said, if you're still not a rich person by the age of 50 or 60, what conclusion should you draw? That it indicates poor planning or poor management of yourself. But if you're 50 or 60, and you haven't really thought about what more there is, about who you are, why you're here, what your life means, then you haven't saved enough for your old age. You don't need a financial planner. You need a personal wisdom counselor. Part of wisdom is knowing what you lack, and seeking that thing, and asking for it. Another part of wisdom is, while asking questions,
knowing that there is no final answer. There are always more questions. There are always more things and more people you don't know, haven't heard from, or haven't seen. So you might have that retirement package, the medical benefits, the pension, a house and a steady income to live on. What good is it if you are isolated? And I don't just mean physically alone. I mean isolated from a real sense of connection to what has been and what is to come. Then wisdom provides you with very real and very practical benefits. It's wisdom that makes you feel that your life is valuable and reassures you that all your efforts have been worthwhile. No doubt we must look after our material needs as well. But a satisfying life requires both meaning and materials. Wisdom is the fruit of experience. Experience is something everyone acquires if they live long enough. But not everyone knows what to do with it. Wisdom comes from seeing the world and the people in it, from seeing patterns and connections, from using what others have allowed you to see, to understand yourself. You must be saying, wait a minute, you just spent a lot of time saying no one knows what wisdom is, and now you're describing it precisely. Well, I'm not saying I know what wisdom is. I know what acquiring it requires. In fact, I've never met anyone who said, I know what wisdom is. All we can say is, I know what an unwise person is. The opposite of a wise person is a fool, and a fool is usually treated like a fool, sooner or later. There's a story about a man who spent his entire life traveling to far-flung parts of the world to find a master, a wise man, or a mystic to tell him the meaning of life. This seeker crosses deserts and oceans, suffers hunger and agony, and finally collapses, unable to go on. With his clothes torn, he crawls into a cave where an old man is sitting. He wears nothing but a woolen shirt, with a long grey beard, legs crossed, sitting in the snow. The seeker of truth asks, what is the meaning of life? The old mystic, very surprised, asks, what? Once I knew a wise man, a person I admired. I really wanted to know the basis of his wisdom, the source of his vast insight into life. So I finally asked him, what is it that really makes you different from everyone else? And he said, what makes me different is that I can see that we are all the same. Anyone can see the differences between people. Wisdom means understanding how we are alike. Abraham Lincoln said something similar, and in my opinion, he is one of the most admirable people in all of history. Lincoln was a man with a very good understanding of right and wrong. He was able to lead the country through the Civil War because he knew it was completely wrong for one human being to possess another as a slave. But he also understood that the person on the other side of the war, the person on the other side of the battlefield, was a human being with the same hopes, fears and problems as the people on Lincoln's side. Despite all the differences, Lincoln could see that fundamental similarity, that essential oneness. Albert Einstein was also a humble man, like Lincoln. Not just financially, not at all, but in the way other people perceived him. When Einstein was a young man, others thought he was stupid. He even failed elementary math. The poor guy always seemed a little distracted when he was asked a question. He couldn't put his thoughts into words. Even when he grew up and got a job at the Swiss Patent Office, no one thought that Einstein was still asking questions that would shake the world. After he published his theory of relativity, which was the basis of the atomic age, he still didn't become arrogant. He still asked questions about who we are, why we are here, and how the universe is constructed. Even after he was able to answer some of the greatest scientific questions ever asked, he remained humble. He never claimed his answers were final. Why should they be final? After all, everything in the world is subject to change, except, of course, the speed of light. And Einstein was the one who discovered that. Wise people are more interested in questions than in answers. But foolish people always love conclusions. Am I wise? I've talked so much about wisdom that you must be wondering about my own qualifications. I believe that anyone who can survive and even be somewhat successful has a sense of self-satisfaction. Moments when you say to yourself, finally I've figured it out, once and for all. But usually, very quickly, a feeling comes along that humbles you. I was sitting on a plane, a flight from Texas to California, looking out the window at the mountains and deserts far below. I was thinking about how, until very recently in human history, no one had ever seen anything like this. None of the kings, none of the nobles, could fly at 40,000 feet and look down at the mountains, suddenly thinking how powerful we've become. Today, all we have to do is buy a plane ticket. We can do something that no one in the past ever thought was possible. For a few moments, this gave me a feeling of power. It felt very good to look down on everything from above. But then I thought, wait a minute. Can I stop the plane or turn it around? Can I go outside for a step and then come back to my seat? I can't even walk in the aisle unless a tiny light tells me it's okay. I can't even eat my food here. In my entire adult life, I have never been as helpless as I am right now. I am truly helpless. The same goes for wisdom. Just when you think you really know something, pause and see if the opposite isn't also true. Do you think you're rich? Compared to whom? Maybe you're actually poor. Do you think you're poor? Compared to whom? Maybe you're actually rich. Imagine a crowded subway car in New York City. An experience in itself, but not something I'd recommend to you. Hundreds of strangers, crammed into a space designed for a third that many. All packed in like fish in a tiny can. Now, imagine you are in that situation. You've been on your feet all day, and you would really like to sit down. But there are no empty seats. You're standing there, holding onto that metal rod hanging from the ceiling of the subway car. Do you think you could come up with a reason that would convince someone to give you their seat? Yes, I think that's a good test of wisdom. You would have to be very wise to come up with such a reason in a crowded New York City subway. Honestly, I don't think even King Solomon could do it. I don't think Socrates could either. I don't even think Einstein could. But it happened. One person, not just one, but several, convinced people to offer them their seats. People are practically fighting to give up their seats in that crowded New York subway. Who is this person? A pregnant woman. In fact, a very pregnant woman. People are falling all over themselves to give her their seat. You see, it wasn't a woman who convinced them. It was the baby in her belly. A tiny creature that couldn't even speak, or even imagine the idea of speaking. And yet, it convinced those tough New Yorkers to stand up. Einstein couldn't have done it. Excuse me, my name is Albert Einstein. Perhaps you've heard of me. Could you give me your seat on this subway car? Never heard of you, Einstein. Get lost. But I'm very wise. Get out of here. Take your wisdom and use it on someone else. So, should I say an unborn baby is wiser than Albert Einstein? Perhaps you should decide. But certainly, the baby solved the problem. Here's a statement that I'm sure is very wise. If you've reached a point in your life where you feel you have all the answers, it's better to start asking different questions. The fool always reaches their mental destination. The wise person always wonders how much farther there is to go. The fool's perspective gets narrower and narrower. They talk more and listen less. They always give the same speech because they're always having the same thoughts. If the fool is powerful, people are eager to help them, especially if they depend on them in their lives. But they laugh behind their back, keep a close watch, and wait for the moment they finally become vulnerable. There's a scene from a big baseball game. The pitcher is arguing with his teammate. The pitcher is covering first base, but the runner starts running. So the pitcher just stands there, ball in hand, shouting and arguing, because he's sure he's right. He's sure the runner should be out. But of course, while he's arguing, the runner keeps running. And this pitcher is so sure he's right, so caught up in his own wisdom, that the runner runs the whole way and scores. You've probably seen things like this happen. A person's wisdom convinces them to do more damage to themselves than any fool ever could. And it doesn't just happen on the baseball field. Stay away from people like this. And if you see yourself behaving this way, find a different baseball glove. Because you stopped throwing a while ago and started catching. My father once told me, I've seen a lot of mean people and a lot of fools, and I believe both eventually get what they deserve. But the fool gets it first. I've seen that this is true. In a way, it's the opposite of the idea that ignorance is bliss. Ignorance isn't bliss, it's misery. poverty of mind and spirit, and sooner or later, poverty of the bank account. Wisdom is the wealth of the heart, mind, and spirit. And unlike money, when you have it, no one and nothing can take it away from you. Once you acquire it, wisdom is yours forever.
And even when you share it with others, you become wiser yourself. Oscar Wilde said, "Responsibility is what we expect from another person." That is completely true. Most people are terrified of taking responsibility. It's a fact of life, and we can see it every day. We can see how often we just lounge around and read old magazines while the meeting started half an hour ago, without a thought that we forgot to mail in the rent check. We get angrier and angrier when an associate who was supposed to call at noon hasn't called by 2 o'clock. But we don't think about the calls we forgot to make while we were angry. We write a letter of complaint to the airline because of a flight delay, but we don't write a letter of complaint to ourselves when we're late somewhere, even though that wouldn't be a bad idea. Yes, we can always see the escape from responsibility, both in our personal and professional lives. And there's something else we can see a lot. Most people aren't as eager to be successful as they are to want to be successful. Do you see a connection between these two very common phenomena? I do, and I hope that by the end of this chapter, you will agree with me. I hope you understand that it is in your best interest to take responsibility for everything you do. But that's just the start. I should also say that often it's better to take responsibility for others' mistakes as well, especially when you have a management or leadership role. I know what you're saying. Take responsibility for someone else's screw-up. Why would I do that? That's a good question, and I'll try to answer it in the next few minutes. During the years of professional basketball, Bill Russell, the center for the Boston Celtics, became famous. He was one of the greatest players in the professional league, especially known for his rebounding and defensive skills. But like many other tall centers, Russell wasn't a good free throw shooter. In fact, his free throw percentage was below average. But this low percentage didn't reflect Russell's ability as an athlete. And during a game, he clearly showed why. He was playing in the final game between Boston and the Los Angeles Lakers. With about 12 seconds left in the game, the Lakers were trailing by 1 point, and Boston had the ball. It was obvious that the Lakers would have to foul one of the Boston players to get the ball back, and they decided to foul Bill Russell. This choice was very logical, because statistically, Russell was the worst free throw shooter on the court. If he missed the free throw, the Lakers would get the ball back, and they'd still have enough time to win the game. But if Russell made his first free throw, the Lakers' chances would diminish greatly, and if he made both free throws, the game would essentially be over. Bill Russell had a very unusual free throw style. Today, no good basketball player in America shoots that way. Never mind whether it was suitable for getting the ball in the hoop, it looked really ridiculous. Whenever he wanted to shoot a free throw, the 6'10" muscle would hold the ball with both hands at waist level, then bring it down, and as he came up, would shoot it as if he were trying to pour a thick liquid on a wall. Never mind how it looked. As soon as Bill Russell was fouled, he knew the Celtics would win the game. He was absolutely certain, because in a situation like this, statistics are meaningless. There was a much more important factor, something no one has ever been able to quantify or put into numbers. In other words, Bill Russell was a player who wanted to take responsibility for his team's success or failure. He wanted to take the burden on himself in situations like this. He didn't want any possibility for excuses, or for blaming other people for losing. Bill wanted the ball in his own hands, not in anyone else's. And even if he had missed every free throw before this, he knew he would make this one. And that's exactly what happened. When a man or woman takes responsibility with enthusiasm and self-confidence, this is always what happens. I've always felt that taking responsibility is one of the highest forms of human maturity. The desire to take responsibility, to put yourself in harm's way, is truly a sign of adulthood. Anyone who has raised a child knows this is true. Just look at a child in the first few years of life. Every movement, every expression on their face, every word sends a message to the parents. The message is, I am completely dependent on you.
I can't do anything myself. Even if I try, you can't hold me responsible for anything. I'm just a child. Of course, 10 or 12 years later, when that daughter or son enters adolescence, the message to the parents is very different. It's something like, "Why don't you leave me alone? I want to be completely independent. I don't want to do anything but think about myself. I certainly don't want to take responsibility for anything beyond my own specific needs and desires." When we reach adulthood, these two messages, "I am completely dependent on you," and "I am completely independent from you," transform into "you can depend on me." That is the true attitude of adulthood. It might seem strange, but there are people in their 30s and 40s who still act like adolescents. And there are even 40-year-olds whose attitude towards responsibility is still like that of a small child. It's hard to have these kinds of people around you, especially if you have to work with them. But the majority of people who run away from responsibility can provide opportunities for you if you are determined to be different. If you are among the few who take responsibility, you can lead, and you deserve to lead. Churchill said, "Responsibility is the price of greatness." And in my opinion, it's a very low price. Let me be more precise about what it means to become a responsible person. It means first, accepting the consequences of your actions. But even beyond that, responsibility means seeing yourself as the source of everything that happens to you. It means, regardless of all the hardships you may have endured early in life, or the negative judgments made about you, or the many people who misunderstood you, you see yourself as the cause of everything. Do you detect a hint of revelation or sarcasm in my voice? Do I seem cruel? Does it seem like I'm dismissing the existence of a tough childhood, or negative judgments, or people who didn't care about others' needs? Well, of course, that's not my intention. I don't believe that. I'm saying that regardless of those negative influences in your life, the best thing you can do, the most influential thing, the strongest thing, and the wisest thing is to take responsibility for your own destiny. The advantages of this approach to life have been proven in interesting ways. For example, people with a serious illness have a greater chance of recovery if they accept responsibility for what happened to them, even though it's simpler and even more logical to see themselves as victims of fate. There's a person, let's call him John, who was strong and healthy throughout his life. He started businesses in various fields and finally decided, in his 40s, to enter law school. But around that time, he became seriously ill. His entire life, his main focus had been on success and acquisition. He hadn't paid much attention to his body. For many years, John had mostly eaten cake and drank coffee. Since he traveled a lot, he also ate a lot of airline food. In 1 year, his weight went up 3 kilos. The next year, another 5. The year after that, another 7. Of course, John reacted. He did this by opening up stores that sold clothes for large men, and he even used his own image in the ads. But this was a mistake. It motivated him to gain even more weight. John gained 9 kilos in 1 year and bragged about it in newspaper ads. Then he found out he had severe diabetes. Although John's doctors told him that heredity was as much a factor as his behavioral patterns, he was the kind of person who believed he was the captain of his own ship, not a sailor following orders from someone above him. And now, facing this new challenge, John decided to take responsibility for his own health. He explained, "Throughout my adult life, my only concern was providing for my family and achieving financial success. That was a responsibility I felt, and I succeeded to a large extent. But now, I see that responsibility showing itself in a different way. Providing for my family is no longer just about money. I have to stay alive. It's a health issue, and the health of my family is also at risk." John continued, "I'm not a good role model for my children. They saw me get fat. They saw me brag about it in ads. And recently, they're starting to get fat too. I think they feel I want them to do this, and maybe they're right. In fact, I was thinking of including my children in my new abs. And depending on the feedback, I might also open a clothing store for fat kids." John's eyes lit up
at the thought of expanding his business and using new opportunities. But then he caught himself, and in the middle of his sentence, pounded his fist on the table. He said, "I have limited myself to one way of thinking, and now I have to free myself from that limitation." Just like that. It was clear that John had limited himself to specific thinking patterns. But most importantly, he saw himself as the cause of everything that had happened. Not just in his own life, but also in the lives of others. The doctors told him that even if he hadn't overeaten or worked too much, he might still have gotten diabetes. But John knew that was nonsense. And now, regarding his children, there were many news reports saying that American children in general are heavier than before, and they don't exercise as much as previous generations. John could have thought, well, my kids are going to be like all the other kids today, watching TV, playing computer games, eating junk food, whether I get fat or not. But he didn't think that way. He said, "It's all my fault, and I'm going to do something about it." In fact, he did a lot of things about it. John fundamentally changed his diet and lifestyle. He started ordering vegetarian meals on his flights. He became interested in fitness and participated in several marathons. Although, as you can guess, as a 50-year-old, he ran very slowly. He was always proud that he ran the course 3 times: the day before the race, the day of the race, and the day after. Instead of opening a clothing store for fat kids and using his children in ads, he consulted with a behavioral psychologist who helped him design a financial reward system for his children to motivate them to lose weight, a system that taught them something about money at the same time. John, now in much better physical condition, is finishing his final year of law school, negotiating with several companies to market his behavioral science techniques for reversing childhood obesity. Sooner or later, we all face situations where we must decide either to take responsibility for a problem or to find ways to escape it. Assuming you did something that caused a problem, let's look at the different options and decisions ahead of you. First is the role of intent. In other words, was the outcome something you intended to happen? And if not, should you still take responsibility for it? In our society's thinking about responsibility, this is a very serious issue. For example, in many areas of criminal law, intent must be present for someone to be charged and convicted. Intent is different from negligence. If you leave a hose on the sidewalk and a mail carrier trips on it and breaks their leg, you might be found liable in a civil lawsuit, but you wouldn't be convicted as a criminal. On the other hand, if you use a knife in a robbery or assault. But we don't need to go to court to understand the important role intent plays in whether we take responsibility or pass it on to others. Remember when you were a child, you left the door open and the cat ran away and was lost for a day. What did you say to escape responsibility? Do you remember?
It was an accident. As I said before, there are many people in their middle years who still use this childish excuse. But if you decide you want to be an adult, then the issue of intent is just an opportunity for excuses, and you shouldn't take it.
The good thing about excuses, and the dangerous thing about them, is that no matter what happens, excuses are always available. You can always use them. Anyone can have an excuse for anything. People have never been as skilled at making excuses as they are today. But the bad thing about excuses, good excuses, is that no one believes them. I don't care what people tell you. If you make excuses, they will know and you will fall from their grace. But if you don't rely on excuses, people will understand that too, and they will admire you for it. This especially applies to business. One of the most famous examples happened about 15 years ago. It was discovered that a heavily advertised health product from a major manufacturer was dangerous. The company's reaction was to remove every single box of that product from the shelves, incurring millions of dollars in losses. Did the company go bankrupt? No. If they had done anything else, people's trust would have diminished greatly, both consumer trust and employee trust. Instead, they took responsibility for the mistake, and the company's public image improved immensely. Compare this to what recently happened to a leading manufacturer of computer chips. When a microprocessor didn't perform as expected, the company made excuses.
They said it was a minor problem, something that happens once every 100 years, and so on. Were these excuses true? Maybe, maybe not. But it really doesn't matter. Plenty of people have made excuses, but no one accepted them. This is the modern version of the boy who cried wolf. In this example, the chip manufacturer came under so much pressure that they had to replace the processors, something they should have done from the beginning. Another form of escaping responsibility is the "I didn't mean to do it" excuse. And there's an excuse that truly deserves its own category, especially because it has received so much attention in courtrooms, often used to justify temporary insanity or another stress-related syndrome. A friend of mine was telling me that one day he traveled from Texas to Los Angeles to do a joint presentation with a colleague who was coming from New York. They had planned the presentation very precisely over the phone. They had gathered a lot of documents. Both knew that the most important thing in live presentations is the personal impact. My friend felt especially confident about this presentation in Los Angeles because his New York friend was a very charismatic person. A big bearded man, always had a joke up his sleeve. He never wore a suit. His work attire was a woven shirt with the sleeves rolled up, a tie, and casual shoes. His favorite expression was, "Let's get the show on the road." He spoke with such heat and enthusiasm, like a 19th century wagon master trying to get the train on the rails. He was the kind of person who could sell refrigerators to Eskimos, all because he was great at selling himself. So imagine my friend's surprise and disappointment when he saw that this usually energetic person was completely lifeless at the presentation. When they met at the client's office, my friend couldn't believe what he was seeing. The New Yorker just sat there like a lump. He had no energy at all. It was as if all his vitality had drained out of him. As the presentation time approached, he became even more listless. My friend was trying to compensate for his colleague's low performance. He was getting confused, and he could see the confusion on the faces of the audience who had come all this way to see them. Here was a big man in a woven blouse, hunched over like an old man. Would anyone invest in this man's ideas? He was like a motionless turtle. As you guessed, people soon left. My friend asked his colleague, "What happened?" This usually energetic man replied, "It's the long flight. I'm not myself because of the flight. It's a very long flight from New York. I'll be better in a day or two. But right now, I'm not the person I usually am. I'm not myself." My friend said, "Very well," and tried not to mock him. Here was a person who was like a wagon master guiding settlers across the continent. But he had just caused a huge financial loss because of a first-class flight from New York. What could my friend say? "Air travel is the problem," the colleague said. "Just that," my friend replied. His colleague answered, "Well, actually no, there's something else." My friend's concern grew. Clearly something was deeply bothering this man. It could be anything. Maybe he discovered he had a serious illness. Maybe someone in his family was sick. Maybe his house had burned down. Maybe he had a serious financial problem. My friend said, Okay, that's fine." He tried to appear calm, for his own sake and his colleagues. "Do you want to talk about it?" The man shook his head. "It's upsetting." "I'm sure it is, but I'm also sure you can handle it." For the first time that day, a small smile appeared. "No," he said. "You don't understand. I have seasonal affective disorder." My friend listened in amazement as the man explained that seasonal affective disorder had been exacerbated by air travel. He said, "It's a mood disorder that happens because of short, cold winter days." He continued with his absurd talk. "It doesn't get very cold here in the West. You don't know what it's like." Of course, my friend knew what it was like. We all know what it's like. It means it's an excuse, escaping responsibility, acting like a child, not growing up. You can call it travel lethargy or seasonal affective disorder or whatever you want. What you call it really doesn't matter. My friend wanted to tell him his opinion of such psychological talk, but he knew there was a better technique, and he wanted to use the better technique because he wanted to have a strong character. Remember, a strong character accepts responsibility. If you want to be a leader, you must take responsibility for everything that happens, whether you have to or not.
It's like being at the helm of a ship. You are responsible for everything that happens within your sight. I should have been prepared to run the presentation alone. Next time, I'll be better prepared. Then he took a taxi back to the airport. Let me elaborate more on the relationship between responsibility and leadership. Bear Bryant once said something about this. Bryant coached many great football teams at the University of Alabama. Until his record was recently broken, he had the highest winning percentage of any coach in the history of the sport. Bryant said, "In my opinion, it's impossible for any of my players to make a mistake during a football game. All mistakes come from me. As the coach, I am completely responsible for preparing my athletes to play error-free football." By saying this, Bryant truly embraced the leadership role and accepted the specific responsibility that comes with it. As a leader, you must accept the responsibility of preparing your subordinates for the challenges they will face. And if the outcome is not successful, you must accept responsibility for not preparing them enough. Perhaps this is a very strict standard, but it's really true. If you can't take on the responsibility of leadership, at least admit it, and don't let others depend on you. The standard you choose to live by and continue with. In the ancient world during the Roman Empire, there was an interesting attitude towards this kind of decision-making. In those days, the world was very harsh. Anything could happen, from plague to revolution to foreign invasion. Even for the upper class, survival itself was a challenge. But there were special people who went further. There was a tradition where people tried to build themselves and their character as an artist creates a painting or a sculpture. These people saw their lives and character as works of art, beautiful things that would remain in the memory of friends and family after their death. People who decided to live this way weren't hermits or athletes. They didn't escape from ordinary life. They were just very serious about building a strong character. In fact, the Roman Emperor Marcus Aurelius is a famous example of this type of person. His writings are a powerful example of everything related to building character and leadership. Most of it was written in army camps. At the same time, the emperor was leading the Roman army against foreign tribes in modern-day Germany. The writings of this ancient emperor and others from the same period show a conscious choice to live according to a specific standard of responsibility and character. This kind of clear decision-making about how to build our inner selves is something we rarely see today. Most people want to be good. They want to be ethical and successful in every way. They want to use their maximum potential. But they think this is something that happens on its own. They don't know that they must consciously and continuously take responsibility for what they do and who they really are. The good thing about excuses, and the dangerous thing about them, is that no matter what happens, excuses are always available. You can always use them. Anyone can have an excuse for anything. People have never been as skilled at making excuses as they are today. But the bad thing about excuses, good excuses, is that no one believes them. I don't care what people tell you. If you make excuses, they will know, and you will fall from their grace. But if you don't rely on excuses, people will understand that too, and they will admire you for it. This especially applies to business. One of the most famous examples happened about 15 years ago. It was discovered that a heavily advertised health product from a major manufacturer was dangerous. The company's reaction was to remove every single box of that product from the shelves, incurring millions of dollars in losses. Did the company go bankrupt? No. If they had done anything else, people's trust would have diminished greatly, both consumer trust and employee trust. Instead, they took responsibility for the mistake, and the company's public image improved immensely. Compare this to what recently happened to a leading manufacturer of computer chips. When a microprocessor didn't perform as expected, the company made excuses. They said it was a minor problem, something that happens once every 100 years, and so on. Were these excuses true? Maybe, maybe not. But it really doesn't matter. Plenty of people have made excuses, but no one accepted them. This is the modern version of the boy who cried wolf. In this example, the chip manufacturer came under so much pressure
that they had to replace the processes, something they should have done from the beginning. Another form of escaping responsibility is the "I didn't mean to do it" excuse. And there's an excuse that truly deserves its own category, especially because it has received so much attention in courtrooms, often used to justify temporary insanity or another stress-related syndrome. A friend of mine was telling me that one day he traveled from Texas to Los Angeles to do a joint presentation with a colleague who was coming from New York. They had planned the presentation very precisely over the phone. Both knew that the most important thing in live presentations is the personal impact. My friend felt especially confident about this presentation in Los Angeles because his New York friend was a very charismatic person. A big, bearded man, always had a joke up his sleeve. He never wore a suit. His work attire was a woven shirt with the sleeves rolled up, a tie, and casual shoes. His favorite expression was, "Let's get the show on the road." He spoke with such heat and enthusiasm, like a 19th century wagon master trying to get the train on the rails. He was the kind of person who could sell refrigerators to Eskimos, all because he was great at selling himself. So imagine my friend's surprise and disappointment when he saw that this usually energetic person was completely lifeless at the presentation. When they met at the client's office, my friend couldn't believe what he was seeing. The New Yorker just sat there like a lump. He had no energy at all. It was as if all his vitality had drained out of him. As the presentation time approached, he became even more listless. My friend was trying to compensate for his colleague's low performance. He was getting confused, and he could see the confusion on the faces of the audience. The audience who had come all this way to see them. Here was a big man in a woven blouse, hunched over like an old man. Would anyone invest in this man's ideas? He was like a motionless turtle. As you guessed, people soon left. My friend asked his colleague, "What happened?" This usually energetic man replied, "It's the long flight. I'm not myself because of the flight. It's a very long flight from New York. I'll be better in a day or two, but right now, I'm not the person I usually am. I'm not myself." My friend said, "Very well," and tried not to mock him. Here was a person who was like a wagon master guiding settlers across the continent, but he had just caused a huge financial loss because of a first-class flight from New York. What could my friend say? "Air travel is the problem," the colleague said. "Just that?" my friend replied. His colleague answered, "Well, actually no. There's something else." My friend's concern grew. Clearly something was deeply bothering this man. It could be anything. Maybe he discovered he had a serious illness. Maybe someone in his family was sick. Maybe his house had burned down. Maybe he had a serious financial problem. My friend said, Okay, that's fine." He tried to appear calm, for his own sake and his colleagues. "Do you want to talk about it?" The man shook his head. "It's upsetting." "I'm sure it is, but I'm also sure you can handle it." For the first time that day, a small smile appeared. "No," he said, "you don't understand. I have seasonal affective disorder." My friend listened in amazement as the man explained that seasonal affective disorder had been exacerbated by air travel. He said, "It's a mood disorder that happens because of short, cold winter days." He continued with his absurd talk. "It doesn't get very cold here in the West. You don't know what it's like." Of course, my friend knew what it was like. We all know what it's like. It means it's an excuse, escaping responsibility, acting like a child, not growing up. You can call it travel lethargy, or seasonal affective disorder, or whatever you want. What you call it really doesn't matter. My friend wanted to tell him his opinion of such psychological talk, but he knew there was a better technique. And he wanted to use the better technique, because he wanted to have a strong character. Remember, a strong character accepts responsibility. If you want to be a leader, you must take responsibility for everything that happens, whether you have to or not. It's like being at the helm of a ship. You are responsible for everything that happens within your sight. My friend said, "Don't worry, I should have been prepared to run the presentation alone. Next time, I'll be better prepared." Then he took a taxi back to the airport. Let me elaborate more on the relationship between responsibility and leadership. Bear Bryant once said something about this.
Bryant coached many great football teams at the University of Alabama. Until his record was recently broken, he had the highest winning percentage of any coach in the history of the sport. Bryant said, "In my opinion, it's impossible for any of my players to make a mistake during a football game. All mistakes come from me. As the coach, I am completely responsible for preparing my athletes to play error-free football." By saying this, Bryant truly embraced the leadership role and accepted the specific responsibility that comes with it. As a leader, you must accept the responsibility of preparing your subordinates for the challenges they will face. And if the outcome is not successful, you must accept responsibility for not preparing them enough. Perhaps this is a very strict standard, but it's really true. If you can't take on the responsibility of leadership, at least admit it, and don't let others depend on you. The standard you choose to live by and continue with. In the ancient world, during the Roman Empire, there was an interesting attitude towards this kind of decision-making. In those days, the world was very harsh. Anything could happen, from plague to revolution to foreign invasion. Even for the upper class, survival itself was a challenge. But there were special people who went further. There was a tradition where people tried to build themselves and their character, as an artist creates a painting or a sculpture. These people saw their lives and character as works of art, beautiful things that would remain in the memory of friends and family after their death. People who decided to live this way weren't hermits or aesthetes. They didn't escape from ordinary life. They were just very serious about building a strong character. In fact, the Roman Emperor Marcus Aurelius is a famous example of this type of person. His writings are a powerful example of everything related to building character and leadership. Most of it was written in army camps. At the same time, the emperor was leading the Roman army against foreign tribes in modern-day Germany. The writings of this ancient emperor, and others from the same period, show a conscious choice to live according to a specific standard of responsibility and character. This kind of clear decision-making about how to build our inner selves is something we rarely see today. Most people want to be good. They want to be ethical and successful in every way. They want to use their maximum potential, but they think this is something that happens on its own. They don't know that they must consciously and continuously take responsibility for what they do and who they really are. There's an old saying, "I dreamed that life was beauty. I woke up and saw that life is work." If you really want to control your life, and if you want others to be able to depend on you and look up to you as a leader, you must wake up from the dream that someone else will come and relieve the pressure, that someone else will do the work for you. I dreamed that life was beauty. I woke up and saw that life is work. Accepting responsibility doesn't mean life can't be beautiful, but it does mean opening your eyes to reality. A successful person must not only accept this, but truly like accepting it. It means making a conscious decision to grow up, putting aside the dependent needs of childhood and adolescence, and transforming yourself into a person others can depend on. It means when the game gets tough, asking for the ball. A duck walked into a big store. He paced back and forth in the aisle and said to himself, "It's a good thing I bought this cart." He then pushed the cart, struggling, all the way to the checkout counter. The cashier looked at the full shopping cart, amazed at the number of things the duck had collected. The cashier politely asked, "Will you be paying with cash or card?" The duck glanced at him impatiently and said, "I'm in a bit of a hurry. I'll pay for it later." Are you still listening? This was a joke. This chapter is about humor and its role in character and leadership. So I thought a good start would be with a joke. In fact, it's always a good idea to let people know you have a good sense of humor. We value a sense of humor highly in this society. And besides, you have a good sense of humor, don't you? I'm sure your answer is yes, because everyone is certain they have a good sense of humor. We'll talk more about this later. For now, I just want to explain how important a sense of humor is as an aspect of a strong character. However, if you asked 100 people to name the most important components of character, I don't think more than 5 would mention a sense of humor. In fact, I don't think any of them would. When the Frenchman Alexis de Tocqueville wrote his study of American society in the early 18th century, He predicted that if America ever came under the rule of a dictator, that person would have a good sense of humor. If that's true, then the situation here is different from anywhere else in the world. Think of the communist and fascist dictators who played such a large role in 20th century history. They weren't funny people. They were good at expressing anger and creating fear, but not humor. But Americans react to very different traits in their leaders. And although we certainly haven't had dictators or tyrants, it's a fact that most of our beloved national leaders have had the ability to make others laugh and to laugh at themselves. Abraham Lincoln, though a relatively sad man, was known as a funny person. Every biography of Lincoln mentions his love for humorous stories and his desire to tell a joke even in the middle of important work. And why go so far back? Presidents Roosevelt, John Kennedy, and Ronald Reagan had the ability to smooth over the ups and downs of their political careers with humor, often with self-deprecating humor. People could see that these individuals were so strong and self-confident that they could tell jokes against themselves. As we'll discuss later, these individuals were also wise enough to use humor carefully and at the right time. When we see this ability in a person, we can believe that they are strong and self-confident in serious, even dangerous situations. In short, we see a good sense of humor as an aspect of a strong character, almost as a prerequisite for leadership. But before you go out and buy a joke book as part of your personal growth plan, I have some bad news. To a large extent, you can't learn to be humorous. This is what makes humor different from all the other traits we've discussed in this program. There are many examples of people who learned to overcome fear or cowardice and later became courageous leaders. There are foolish people who learned to be wise. There are liars who became honest men and women. There were rigid thinkers who learned flexibility. But I have never personally seen a humorless person learn to be funny. And if such a person existed, I'm sure I would have met them, because I've seen a lot of dry, humorless people. Perhaps one of the reasons we react so well to our leaders' sense of humor is that we see it as related to honesty. And I think this connection exists. True humor is honest, because you can't fake a truly funny personality. You can pretend to be serious, just as you can pretend to be intelligent. You can always put on an act with these traits, and some people do it all the time. But you can't pretend to be funny. The interesting thing is that no one feels they have to pretend to have a good sense of humor, because everyone thinks they actually do have one. People will admit to almost anything, except that they're not funny. Have you ever seen anyone say, "You know, I don't know how to laugh. I don't like funny things. I'm more comfortable being serious all the time"? I've never met anyone like that, and I'm sure I never will. In fact, if someone admitted they had no sense of humor, I'd think they were joking. Consider someone named Sam, the grumpiest person you can imagine. He worked in the meatpacking industry, not a very fun job to begin with. In his free time, he was always looking for ways to get rich quick. He was genuinely impressed by the hula hoop, which became popular in the summer of 1958. That summer, for whatever reason, every kid in America decided they had to have a hula hoop. The company that produced them made a lot of money. Sam became obsessed with this. His imagination was truly fired up. Even though he made good money in meatpacking, Sam was determined to redesign the hula hoop. He spent thousands of dollars designing and creating new toys. Some of them were quite clever, but you had to be careful using them. There was one device where you had to balance a piece of wood on a string. I don't know how it works, but if a child wasn't careful and swung it too fast, anyone nearby would get hit. Anyway, it was quite amusing to see this very humorless man, Sam, already wealthy, trying to make millions with silly toys. But after a while, it became a little sad, because there was only one kind of hula hoop, and of course, Sam wasn't going to redesign it. Finally, one of Sam's colleagues decided to talk to him. This colleague was a bit younger, so he approached Sam very differently. He said, "Sam, I'm a little confused. You want to pocket several $1,000,000 with a new toy, but you're losing a lot of money building them or importing them from South America. Could you explain the situation to me?" Sam just looked at him and sighed. "The business we're in isn't an easy way to make money. I need a side business. I need something to take my mind off making sausage and hamburgers." The colleague answered, "Sam, I completely understand that. I get how you feel, but you don't seem suited to the toy industry. Why don't you get into something you have skill in? Something that lets you use your natural abilities?" Sam was quiet for a moment, thinking. When he focused, his jaw would drop, and his expression would become interesting. It looked like the weight of the world was on his shoulders. His look was as if he'd just lost his best friend in the world. Finally, he looked up and said, "Well, I've always had a good sense of humor. Maybe I can use that." From that point on, Sam tried writing screenplays for television comedy shows. Wouldn't it be interesting if one of his scenes was filmed in a slaughterhouse? See? A man or woman will admit to anything, but they won't admit to being a stupid, humorless person. It never happens. But it's not that they secretly know they're not funny and try to hide it. It's not that they secretly know they have this great weakness. Not at all. Every humorless person really thinks they're funny. Sam, who worked in the meatpacking industry, was a perfect example. He thought he was very funny, just like everyone else. He even thought he could make money from it. This is one of the reasons humor is such a mysterious and confusing trait. We've all seen gangster movies where the crime boss tells a dumb joke, and everyone seated around the table has to keep laughing until he allows them to stop. This doesn't just happen with gangsters. It happens every day in corporate boardrooms and congressional offices. Even at the family dinner table. Since everyone believes they have a good sense of humor, how can you know if you don't? Unfortunately, you probably can't. It's a very difficult situation, and your friends aren't going to tell you that you're a humorless bore. Fortunately, I'm not like that. I thank God every day for my good sense of humor, and in that respect, I know I'm like everyone else. A moment ago, I mentioned that a lack of humor was a trait of dictators. That's because real humor is always destructive. It weakens dictatorial power. It deflates these people, knocks them down. Nothing made Adolf Hitler angrier than Charlie Chaplin's portrayal of him in the film The Great Dictator. Chaplin, who was born on the same day as Hitler, portrayed the dictator's behavior so well that the film showed the American people the true nature of Nazi dictatorship better than any book or newspaper at the time. Powerful people and the symbols of power they like to acquire have rarely, if ever, had anything to do with humor. Think of those old Russian generals with all their medals and decorations. You could say anything about them, but those uniforms clearly had nothing to do with jokes. All those insignia, a big red star on the cap, gold ribbons hanging from everything. None of it was amusing. But it's interesting that humor played an important role in the fall of the Soviet Union. In the final years of that communist regime, political jokes became a very popular art form in Russia and throughout Eastern Europe. The generals didn't understand the jokes until it was much too late. The anti-government jokes that circulated among people in the final years of the Soviet Union were an example of a specific type of humor. They were designed to elicit a very specific reaction, what we call derisive laughter. This is a type of hostility hidden behind laughter. Its purpose is to destroy its target, while also serving as a survival strategy for the joke teller and listeners, allowing them to express anger indirectly. If you are in a leadership position and you hear these kinds of hostile jokes about you, I recommend you do something immediately. And I don't mean try to suppress the jokes. Instead, ask yourself what you've done to cause this reaction among your subordinates. And when you figure it out, change that behavior immediately. Derisive laughter is a very bad sign for a leader. It's a type of humor you should take very seriously. There are several other categories of laughter we should be aware of. Have you ever been to a comedy film and seen the audience start laughing before anything funny even happens? Maybe just a great comedy actor comes on stage and makes a casual remark about the weather, and the entire audience bursts out laughing. I've seen this happen many times, especially when the actor is someone like Robin Williams or Steve Martin. This laughter basically shows people's desire to share a common experience. They want to be part of the experience together. I call this communal laughter. Another type of laughter, which you can see in movies, is what I call recognition laughter.
This happens when someone wants to show they understand the joke. They know that being funny is a way of belonging, even if less sophisticated people don't understand it. This type of laughter is especially common among younger audiences. Many older people don't understand it. Irony is the basis of much of today's humor. Irony is intended to exclude a certain percentage of the audience. The rest laugh to show they get it. They laugh to show they understand the joke, and therefore deserve to be recognized as members of that select group. That's why I call it recognition laughter. Polite laughter is another type. It's a reaction that occurs when the teller expects the audience to laugh, but the audience doesn't find it funny. We've all experienced this. We've all told a joke that didn't go over very well, and the only response we got was polite laughter. Thank you, that was nice. We all react to this kind of joke with polite laughter. It's just a gesture to keep the ball rolling, but it's an important gesture. No one likes to be on the receiving end of polite laughter, but it's better than being impaled in the eye with a sharp stick for telling an old joke. The final type of laughter, and the most important, is real laughter. It's spontaneous, from joy. It's not planned. There's no hidden agenda. It happens when you see or hear something truly funny. I want to talk a little about this real laughter, because it's one of the most important aspects of humor. The more real laughter you bring into your life, the better your situation will be. We've talked a bit about children and raising children in this program. Children are the best source of knowledge about real laughter. They devote themselves to it completely. We lose this to a large extent as we grow up, and I doubt it can be regained. For example, think of a child, one of your children, a neighbor, a nephew, or a niece, whose growing up you've watched. Regardless of what that person is interested in today, in their early years, they were likely an artist. Crayons and markers and paper were household staples, and these children draw large, beautiful pictures in many colors and patterns. At that age, there are no rules about drawing straight lines or using specific colors for specific objects. The drawings we see on our refrigerator doors are examples of artistic genius. Then, when children reach the age of 5 or 6, their drawings change. They draw people standing next to houses, where the house is a square with a triangle on top. Children this age are just as satisfied with their drawings as before. They see them as much better than the drawings they did in early childhood, and in some ways, they are better. But they have less freedom. There's a sense of responsibility about them, in that they try to put everything in the right place, to draw everything with its real color and real size. At the same time the children's drawings change, their laughter also changes. It's still accompanied by joy, but there's more self-awareness. It is what it is. I'm sure children have many worries and concerns that seem as big to them as our problems seem big to us. But they don't have many responsibilities. No bills due tomorrow. No presentation to give. No phone call that makes your palms sweat with stress. These are the kinds of responsibilities that suppress real laughter as we get older, and you really can't escape them. But we should try to bring as much real laughter into our lives as we can. It's good for the soul, and it's even been proven that deep, genuine laughter can improve physical health. Let me share some practical advice about the role of humor in leadership, especially in work or management situations. You've seen how certain jokes suddenly enter the workplace, circulate for a while, and then gradually disappear. Where do these jokes come from? How do they start? You hear them at the beginning of meetings or conferences, when everyone is trying to get ready. Over a week, you might have several meetings, and you'll hear the same joke at all of them. In any case, these workplace jokes have very important functions. First, they are a kind of bonding ritual, through which everyone shows they have a sense of humor and enjoy laughing about the same things. I think this function is pretty clear. But jokes have another function, a bit subtle but very important. They serve to establish the teller's humorous credentials. When you tell a joke and show your sense of humor through it, you don't need to demonstrate it for the rest of the meeting.
That's why it's good to start a serious discussion with a joke. After the humorous credentials are established by the joke, the seriousness can begin to balance the room. I've seen this phenomenon happen very often. If you can do it well, telling a joke can also enhance your image as a serious person. When the joke is over, you can be as serious as you want for as long as you want, because you've shown your humorous credentials. Now the joke is over and done with. There's an important difference between a leader who tells a joke and someone else known as the office clown. And let me quickly point out that the office clown is almost always a man. I don't think I've ever seen a woman in the workplace play that role. I'm sorry, I don't know why that is. In any case, the office clown is someone who doesn't seem to understand that the role of the joke is to strengthen the seriousness of the rest of the discussion. They don't understand that the joke is just a fleeting thing that warms up the room for a moment and then disappears forever. The office clown is someone who tells jokes constantly injecting humor into a situation that others are trying to extract it from. I can honestly say I've never seen an effective leader who was the office clown. And if this clown is really funny, it's even worse for them. Then they're just a court jester, and no company entrusts leadership roles to jesters. The leaders I mentioned earlier, Roosevelt, Kennedy, Reagan, used humor and wit to show their humanity and reduce hostility. But they were by no means office clowns. Their jokes often weren't even that funny. They were tokens of humor, not examples of comedy. And even these tokens were used very carefully. Otherwise, these people would never have attained any leadership position, let alone become President of the United States. Most office clowns weren't always that way. They are usually people who have been ignored many times, and they use humor to cope with their disappointment. Furthermore, you can see anger in most of these clowns, though they hide it very well, and may not even be aware of it. By being funny in situations where humor is no longer appropriate, the office clown may be unconsciously trying to sabotage the group's goals. Leaders recognize this, and make sure the office clown is never given any serious responsibility. There's a paradox in my view of humor, unlike other traits we've discussed. We want to discover humor in other people, and we want to find it within ourselves, but we don't want an excess of it. And in certain situations, we don't want it at all. Leaders instinctively understand the role of humor, and they use it in the right amount and at the right time. They know that, like many other good things in life, too much of something is almost as bad as not having it. Earlier, I mentioned that humor is largely something you either have or you don't. Unlike skills you can develop, it's very hard to improve your comedic ability. If that's true, doesn't that contradict the whole point of this discussion? If we can't do anything to improve our sense of humor, why talk about it so much? Well, it may be true that you can't increase your natural level of humor beyond a certain point, but that's not the whole story. You can still learn to have a humorous approach to life. Or better put, you can be a person of good cheer. And I think the ability to do this is a very important sign of a strong character. Modern physics has shown that light can behave both as a particle and as a wave. If we design an experiment based on the wave behavior of light, we see that it really does act like a wave. If we design another experiment based on the particle behavior of light, it certainly acts like a particle. So what is the true nature of light? There's no simple answer. It depends on your perception and expectations. Life can be a comedy or a tragedy in the same way. And it always depends on your choice of how to see it. I prefer to see it as a comedy, and I recommend you do the same. But let me be precise about what I mean. I don't mean life is like a comedy you see on TV at 8 o'clock on Channel 5. No. I'm using the old definition of the word comedy, a progression from unhappiness to happiness, from a low point to a high point, from poverty to wealth. In that regard, the best example of a comedy in literature is Dante's Divine Comedy, even though you wouldn't say there's a single joke in the entire work. But it's a comedy in the sense that the story begins in hell and ends in heaven. Yet, most people don't know that Dante wrote 2 other volumes about what happens after the Inferno ends.
History has decided to focus on the terrifying and painful parts of Dante's poem, and if you're not careful, you might do the same in your own life. We live in an age where seriousness is equated with intelligence, sadness with sensitivity, and victimhood with moral strength. In short, we have decided to see life as more tragic than funny. But I think the more you have this outlook, the more you limit your ability to succeed. Materially, and even more importantly, it does nothing for your character. It's of no use. A sense of humor is the best tool for distancing yourself from the negativity and pessimism that is so common today. Using this tool may not always be easy, but I think its importance as part of a strong character is greatly underestimated. George Bernard Shaw said, "Everything is funny, as long as it's happening to somebody else. But a very strong person can laugh even when the joke is on them." Exactly as light behaves according to the experiment. If you decide to find humor in life and in your own circumstances, you will find it. If your character is strong enough to see life as a comedy in the sense I described, you are also strong enough to actually make it a comedy. And in that regard, I am truly serious. In the early days of the American auto industry, Henry Ford's innovative use of mass production and the assembly line gave him control of the business. For years, there was only one kind of Ford car, the Model T, and there was only one color, black. You may have heard Henry Ford's famous quote, "The public can have any color of Model T they want, as long as it's black." Henry Ford had great ideas about standardization and efficient production. But this very power revealed some vulnerabilities. Ford wasn't very flexible. But as long as he didn't need to be flexible, everything was fine. Then General Motors came along, offering cars in many different colors, and even bringing out new and different models each year. Suddenly, Ford, who made the rules, discovered that the rules had changed. Competition had altered the playing field. Ford's success had been created by limiting options and reducing complexity. But now there was an immediate need to adapt and change. Despite his early lead in the auto industry, Ford now had to chase other companies, and it took about 70 years to do it. That's what happens when inflexibility and limited thinking replace flexibility and creative initiative. Sometimes, late in the day, with the sun setting, watching the traffic on the highway system, with world news broadcast by satellite on the TV, the answering machine recording calls, and dinner cooking in the microwave, I think about how much the world has changed in the last 50 years. Microcomputers, supersonic passenger travel, people landing on the moon, peace between two countries that were always at war, the fall of communism, the fax machine, video conferencing. These are just a few of the changes I've seen in my lifetime. My parents lived at the beginning of the 20th century, and they saw even greater changes than I have. They saw the United States expand from 38 states to 50. They saw the automobile replace the horse. They saw air travel replace train travel. They saw electricity replace candles and oil lamps in all homes, and plumbing, telephones, radio, and television too. It was as if they had been born on another planet. With their eyes open, going about their daily business, a kind alien had brought them to a completely different and strange world. They were born in the age of the telegraph, railroads, and steamships, and they saw the dawning of the atomic age. But my parents did something much more significant. Yes, they saw many changes. The world of 1950, compared to the world at the beginning of the 20th century, is probably like science fiction, a dream of the future come true. But it wasn't as if no one had predicted it. My parents not only lived through these great changes, they succeeded through them. They brought electricity into their home and grew with the times. They embraced new things. They didn't just cling to the past, to the world they grew up in. They were flexible. They held on tight and flourished. They weren't paralyzed or frightened by the terrifying future that could be created with the destructive power of nuclear energy. They believed both in the goodness of humanity and its will to survive. When I was a child, they told me not to be afraid of the great claims people in the world make, because the human race is capable, it adapts, and the will to survive is stronger than the will of any human or the power of any machine. A strong character is not a rigid, inflexible one. In fact, It's the opposite. Although, when you know something is right, you should be stubborn. You should hold that right position, even when people oppose you and try to stop you. It's also important to understand that no person is God. No one is infallible or invincible. Sometimes, when the tide has been against you for a long time, it might be because what you were so sure of in a difficult situation wasn't actually correct. The right and smart thing to do is to see more than one way of doing something. It's wise to see more than one solution to every problem. It's a good skill to see what perhaps someone else might see. Because when a plan that has helped you for a long time no longer works for you, it's time to find a new way. It's time to soften. It's time to agree and talk. Otherwise, you might snap like a dry branch in the blink of an eye. It's one thing to be strong. It's another to know when to also yield. We can learn a lot from trees. I don't know if you've ever experienced firsthand the destructive power of tropical storms, but I have. I've personally witnessed the devastation that a combination of wind and water can bring to anything in its path. The rain fell so long and so hard that the ground was completely saturated, loosening the roots of even the tallest trees. Meanwhile, the wind blew with such force and intensity that it uprooted massive, centuries-old trees, tall, hard, strong trees, as easily as a child sweeps aside toy soldiers with his hand. Just like that. However, the great willow trees, taller than houses and present in many parts of town, yielded softly, bending this way and that way gracefully. With both weak winds and the strongest gales, storms' fiercest blasts, they were almost the only large objects still standing after the storm had passed. Not only were the tall trees, telephone poles, and concrete structures destroyed by the storm, but houses built to withstand normal conditions collapsed. Their roofs were torn off and carried to neighboring villages. Everything that stood rigid against the storm was broken or destroyed. Everything that gave way, that was strong yet flexible, survived. Some of you may remember playing rock, paper, scissors as a child. You'd make a fist, count to 3. On the third count, if your hand was flat, it was paper. If you extended 2 fingers, it was scissors. If you made a fist, it was rock. In the game, scissors cuts paper, paper covers rock, rock breaks scissors. Each time you showed the winning object, you scored a point. The best way wasn't to just choose one thing. You had to guess what your opponent was going to show, and transform your hand into one of the 3 shapes that would defeat the opponent's paper, scissors, or rock. This game teaches a child to think about the nature of materials, that something can be strong or appropriate in one situation, but at the same time in another situation, it can be the wrong tool and a loser. It also teaches a child to change their approach, to be flexible, so that the opponent can't predict what they'll do, and to know that even as you try to outsmart the other person, they're trying to outsmart you. The great changes we are seeing in our own time, laptops and the rise of the internet, scheduled space flights, the disappearance of international borders in commerce, the rise of nations on the Pacific Rim, and the decline of old European powers. You know that these changes will affect our lives and our children's lives. You see that the nature of change is that the things that seem so big and important today may be just a tiny blip in history. It might be something else we haven't even thought of. Something vague, like a population explosion among virus-resistant rabbits in Australia. This could be a major component of global change, something we can neither predict nor imagine. This has happened many times in history. This is certainly a key reason why our best-laid plans sometimes don't work. It's possible, and quite likely, that nothing will go as expected, no matter how prepared we are for a specific situation. When something we're used to breaks down unexpectedly, something will come out of a blind spot. When that time comes, and it will, those who will survive, and even triumph over the unexpected, are the ones ready to adapt. They bend with the first wind, get out of the wind's path, while holding their place. They pivot, move back, let something else absorb the blow. I think accepting change and being flexible and adaptable is no less important today than in the past. it's more important. Being flexible and farsighted has always been important. Being prepared for all possibilities whenever we could predict and when we couldn't. The United States has been around for over 200 years.
Think of everything that has happened in that time, the enormous technological and social changes. The founders of this country wrote the Constitution somewhat vaguely in some sections, so that future generations would have the flexibility to adapt it to changing circumstances. And that's exactly what happened. It's worked for over 200 years. But let's look back a little further. The Roman Empire lasted about 550 years, more than twice as long as the United States has existed. The writers of the Constitution studied the decline and fall of Rome carefully to create an American government that wouldn't suffer that fate. So far, their efforts seem successful. But we have a few hundred years to go before we can say we've outlasted Rome. And despite all the remarkable flexibility our form of government has shown in the last 200 years, it's almost unimaginable that it would last as long as the ancient Egyptian Empire, which lasted over 2,000 years. Think about it. That's 10 times as long as America has existed. 10 times. Famines, floods, invasions, plagues came and went. But there was a continuous succession of Egyptian pharaohs. Without great flexibility, nothing lasts that long. Certainly not a government. But interestingly, when it comes to flexibility and the ability to adapt to changing circumstances, history shows that even Egypt isn't the champion. The oldest and most powerful empire in the world is the Chinese Empire. Many kings, many emperors, many dynasties. But the empire always lasted. How was it possible? Not because of military strength or great wealth, because over the millennia, these things have come and gone many times. The main reason the Chinese Empire lasted so long was the work of two very different philosophers. The first, Confucius, provided ideas that gave a strong foundation to the imperial government. He gave theories on which the imperial government operated. Confucius taught a principle of ethics, precise instructions on how the ruling classes could fulfill their duty to the people and maintain law and order. He was basically a lawgiver and a thinker, providing specific advice for guiding the ship of state towards an uncertain future. The second philosopher, Lao Tzu, had a very different perspective. Historians consider Lao Tzu's ideas to be magical, but they have a very modern emphasis on the need for insight and the ability to react quickly to change. Lao Tzu said that sometimes we advance by retreating, that a war can be won by losing a few battles, that long-term objectives can be achieved by accepting short-term reversals. Sometimes it's better to stand like tall grass that bends in the wind, or like a river that finds a new path when blocked by an obstacle. A powerful ocean wave that pounds hard against a beach may hit sand dunes, but the sand flows with the current and is unharmed. The ancient Chinese emperor, using both of these perspectives, built structures like the modern buildings in Los Angeles and Tokyo, designed to withstand earthquakes. Their foundations are truly strong, but they also have the capacity to bend. Flexibility is easy to say, but very challenging in practice. It means learning to distinguish between what we can control and what is beyond our control. Applying flexibility requires great self-knowledge and great self-control, like an Eastern martial arts master. Flexibility does not mean weakness, nor does it mean being aimless and drifting left and right because we think there's nothing to be done. No, it requires personal discipline. Flexibility requires calmness, an appreciative eye, dignity, balance, and judgment. Think of a bullfighter in the arena, in front of a screaming, excited crowd, ready for someone to die. They don't care if it's the bullfighter or the bull, they just want blood. The bullfighter knows the bull is strong, stronger than them. But the bull always moves in a straight line. The bullfighter can step aside. The bull's eyes are on the cape and can't see the sword hidden there. The bull is angry. The bullfighter is calm and skilled, ready to take all the steps in the dance of death. Their only real enemy is themselves. If they get scared by the noise of the crowd or the bull's hot breath, if they think there's only one way to end this afternoon, then they are doomed. But if they keep their nerve, know when to be firm and when to pull back, then the bull's ears, tail, the crowd's cries, and the love will be theirs. There is very little difference between the evasive moves of a bullfighter and the fluid movements of a martial arts master defending against an attacker. In both cases, the opponent's strength and anger work to the defender's advantage. It's like opening a door just as a battering ram is about to break it down, using the opponent's momentum to send them flying through the doorway to their destruction. Small children often play a similar game. One person suddenly drops a rope and the other person falls to the ground. So far, we've mostly talked about tactical flexibility, where a specific situation requires knowledge of different options. And some specific situations require agility and dexterity. Something harder and more important is the inner flexibility and adaptation of someone who wants not only to survive, but to succeed. A wise man said, "You can't step into the same river twice. At every moment, everything is changing. The next minute is never the same as the previous one. Whenever you achieve a hard-fought success, it's always because you were able to react flexibly to the conflicting needs, desires, and feelings of another person. You were able to set aside the events of fate, the turns of nature, and the inherent tendency we all have to rely on yesterday's solutions for today's problem." I mentioned before that the founders of our country looked to Rome's past to create a framework for democracy. It's interesting to know that during one of the best, most powerful, and most satisfying periods in all of human history, the height of the Roman Empire, philosophers emerged who tried to teach the people who ran the world how to govern themselves. These philosophers, who called themselves Stoics, taught that to survive in life and be a leader, you must learn to accept responsibility for the things that affect you. At the same time, you must learn to bend with the wind of forces beyond your control. This kind of self-assessment and self-control must be part of every adult's character. After all, an adult is the leader of their family, the leader of their children, who grow up with the lessons of their role model. They learn to be firm yet balanced, clear and steady yet flexible. This is what it means to mature. Children are wonderful, but sometimes they are the most inflexible people on earth. Since things never go the way they want, their reactions are like a roller coaster. Up one minute, down the next. A young girl, a 5-year-old, will only eat corn a certain way. If you don't take exactly a cup of milk directly from the refrigerator, pour it into her breakfast bowl, add the corn so it floats perfectly on the milk, and then sprinkle a teaspoon of sugar on top, that child won't eat breakfast at all. She may be hungry, weak, and thirsty, but she'll press her lips together, shake her head so hard her cheeks jiggle, and refuse to eat. But since children have no ideas about many things, and lack the experience that allows an adult to predict consequences, they can be much more adaptable than adults. They can accept poverty, harsh living conditions, or a sudden turn of fate. Because to children, everything seems equally inevitable and has always been that way. Children have softer bones and softer personalities, so instead of resisting influence from others, they actively seek it. This, like all our traits and gifts, can be both good and bad. Adults might not change their ways. They may become inflexible both mentally and physically. They may tell themselves they know everything, or have seen everything. Instead of fighting this rigidity, they may become as stubborn as children who know nothing, and the consequences can be just as damaging. When I think of an adult who has managed to adapt to life's changes, big and small, to move forward and keep going, I think of George Burns, the singer and comedian with the ever-present cigar who loved his wife. George Burns started in show business before talking films, performing in the circus. He performed a vaudeville act with his wife and comedy partner, Gracie Allen. Together, they moved from stage to film to radio. Later, when television came along, the George Burns and Gracie Allen Show was one of the great programs, broadcast week after week for years and years, until one day,
Gracie Allen died, leaving George Burns in the world with millions of dollars, his cigars, his comedy, and a lot of great memories, alone. Did Burns retire after his wife's death? Did he leave the scene and play golf? Burns wrote a new show for himself, a new monologue series. He took on roles in new films. He essentially reinvented himself. He continued telling jokes, acting in lucrative films, playing TV roles, and doing personal appearances. He made a great business out of his own maturity, and he certainly didn't do this by being inflexible. An American novelist and keen observer said that old people, in their lives, are like children and animals, and they can see things that ordinary people can't. Well, old people, children, and also animals can become so inflexible that nothing, not even the instinct for survival, can change them. I mentioned a little girl who only eats in a certain way. Old people also often become obsessive about their food. Furthermore, they become sensitive about what people say in front of them, and about those who provide the services they need, like feeding them, and sometimes even changing their diapers. It's not very comfortable to think about our bodies getting that way. But we shouldn't be so inflexible that we say we will never get old, and harden our minds to the point where we can't accept help when we need it, when it's offered to us. It's the pride that destroys a person. It's like stepping in front of high-speed traffic, telling ourselves the pedestrian has the right of way. That may be true, but tell that to the paramedic. Flexibility and compromise are at the center of life. In personal life, there may be times when you can be rebellious, and there, only you will gain or lose from your inflexibility. But in national politics, where different groups have different, often irreconcilable positions, the only way the government can help is to declare that everything is negotiable, and to talk about everything, to find a way that even if it's not completely satisfying to any one party, is at least acceptable to all. For other kinds of battles besides public policy, there was an American politician from Kentucky known as the Great Compromiser. Henry Clay served in the United States Senate and Congress, and was Secretary of State for President John Quincy Adams. Clay both helped cause the War of 1812 and played a role in the treaty that ended it. As the European powers grew over time, his consistent policy was to unite the conflicting interests of the nation, create agreements, and help pass national legislation. Clay, as a presidential candidate, said he would rather be right than be president, and he certainly never became president. I don't know if he was right, or if right meant finding a common path to agreeing on a desired outcome. A man, old and wealthy, would go to his downtown coffee shop every month. He would sit at a table set with a white tablecloth and silver candlesticks, served by waiters in coats and ties. He enjoyed being with the fruits of his long years of experience. After dessert, when coffee was served, he would rise from the table and light a cigar. "This cigar," the man would say with a laugh, "is an old man's only indulgence." Then he would tell one of his stories, which usually began with a question. "Did I ever tell you about the time I built factories for the big X and X and X companies in the Georgia woods and taught them about business and good behavior?" Even though the stories always started the same way, no two were ever alike. And he always told his wise words through examples and by way of guidance. This very old, very wise, and very flexible man had an important rule for dealing with others. The rule was, never be the first person to break an agreement, and always assume that what happened before will not happen again. He said, "If a man cheats me once, I say to myself, 'You did a bad thing. You will remember.' If the same person cheats me twice, I say, 'I feel sorry for you.' If the same person cheats me 3 times, then I've seen this before, and I should have changed my method. So I say, 'I feel sorry for myself.'" Here's a poem that sums up this advice. "Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on you again. Wait, no. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on you. Fool me 3 times, shame on me. If you don't change your reactions to the conditions that make up your life, you are not flexible, and you are depriving yourself of your greatest advantage as a human being. None of us can always control external events, but we can always control our reactions and adapt them. None of us can know what fate has in store for us, but we can always control how we play the cards we are dealt. Imagine for a moment that you know exactly what you want to achieve in life. You know you want a good education. You want to be successful in your work. You know you want to make profitable investments. You know you want to start a family and have good children. You may even know how you want to achieve these goals. You may have planned it all very carefully. This is all very important. It's all great. But is it enough? I have to say no. Because let's assume there is a great powerful force, one that no one can stand against. This great power is always active, always moving. It never rests. It's like a river, calmly flowing, that can carve a great valley out of hard rock. But that's not a very precise analogy. The force I'm talking about is far more powerful than any river, ocean, glacier, or any other natural phenomenon. Now, in achieving your life's goals, would you prefer to fight against this great force? Would you want to struggle with this immense power, which has a much better chance of winning? Or would you prefer to include this great power in your objective? To make this inevitable thing work for you, instead of against you? Think about your answer. Think again. That great power I'm talking about is time. Time is the most powerful force in the world, or even in the universe. Certainly, the answer to the question I posed is obvious. Why would you want to fight against time when you could have time on your side? Who wouldn't want to harness the great river of time flowing throughout their life? Why wouldn't you want to use the power of time to generate strength in every part of your life, to turn the turbines of hope and dreams, to light up every desire you have? Well, there's only one way to make time work for you, and not against you. Recently, there have been news reports about climate change, global warming, and how sea levels will rise in the coming years, submerging communities now on dry land. I can tell you that parts of the country have been very hot and dry the last few summers, and I'm sure there have been times when residents of those regions wish they could see a great ocean wave coming onto their land. Just for a moment, think of all the countries in the middle of the continent, far from the sea. They're asking, how can we turn this country into a paradise, so that when it's hot, we can go outside and let the waves cool us down? For example, how can we turn Texas into California? From an engineer's perspective, you might think about water rights, dams, and all the good things you would need. Actions that could make a dam or lake look like a home swimming pool. From this perspective, the whole idea seems not only impractical, but impossible. But if you believe everything written about global warming and rising sea levels, you'll see that this suggestion isn't really impossible at all. In fact, some say it's certain to happen. You won't need any water rights or dams to see it happen. The only thing you'll need is patience. Patience is another example of the power of waiting. Imagine you are at a university in New England, and suddenly a snowstorm hits. In record time, the most snow falls, more than any other winter. If you go to bed in the middle of this snowstorm, you know that when you wake up, you will have to clear the snow from the front door to get out. You might even start this work before you go to bed, but it turns out that all that effort was unnecessary while you slept. In the middle of the night, the wind howls, and while you are sleeping, it shifts 180 degrees. So all the snow in front of your door naturally disappears. No need to exhaust yourself with a shovel. You might also save yourself from a backache or a heart attack. The only thing you had to do was wait. Patience. There is a type of person who does everything they can to achieve their goal. They prepare food to eat it, not just for the pleasure of being in the kitchen. They start a business to make money. They exercise to get in shape. I'm sure some of these people are very successful, and certainly very organized. But in my opinion, a person with truly strong character sees success as an adventure, not as a point that requires a certain amount of time to reach. From my perspective, the second method is a hasty one. Hasty thinking can lead a person to make very big mistakes. First of all, when you're always looking somewhere else, at the end of the path, the top of a mountain, or the other side of the fence you're trying to reach,
You often miss what's right at your feet. This means the joy and pleasure of life are neglected for something that not only isn't here now, but may never come. Real patience is not just waiting around. It doesn't mean sitting somewhere hoping something will happen. No, patience is not an inactive trait. Sometimes patience means doing something else entirely, thinking of another task, moving in another direction, while at the same time letting events run their course. Throughout his long career in show business, John Wayne never felt he received the respect and credit he deserved for his acting skill. Yes, his films were always successful at the box office, and they are still successful today. John Wayne is still the most popular movie actor in America. But popularity with the ticket-buying public wasn't as valuable to him as the respect of critics or his fellow actors. John wanted this, and he believed he deserved it. Then, in the final years of his life, he starred in a film called True Grit. He played the role of Rooster Cogburn, an old, one-eyed, crusty military man. John Wayne won an Oscar, one he had been waiting 40 years for. It wasn't the heroic, strong roles he played in his youth that won him the Oscar. He won it for a role he waited his whole life for, and he didn't even know it was going to happen. A colleague of mine told me this story. He was traveling for a speech and had to change planes in Chicago. There was a delay. In the first-class lounge, he started talking with a man who looked like John Wayne from the True Grit era. He was surprised to learn the man was from New York. There was another surprising thing. Despite his gruff face and appearance, this person had a very gentle manner. His favorite pastime was playing chess. But as he talked about his experience in the New York construction business, he also showed he wasn't always gentle. His company had built some of the most important commercial properties in the city. As successful people always do when dealing with other successful people, my colleague asked him, "How did you do it?" He said, "Well, after I got my engineering degree, I spent a few years getting experience in construction. I didn't want to supervise others doing work I didn't know how to do myself. Later, when I started my own business, I had to deal with very demanding people. Cement company officials, inspectors, construction companies, city planners. But I never pretended to be a difficult person. I would tell them from the start, you be honest with me, and I'll be honest with you. I never tried to take advantage of anyone, but I never let anyone take advantage of me either. See, I've always been someone who can counterpunch, and I still am. Anyone who wants to punch me in business had better be sure it's a strong punch, because I'll punch back. But it's like chess. I don't always move right away. You have to be patient. Wait for the right moment. Let the other person know that you've had your turn. Now it's mine. But you don't shout it out. You don't talk about what's on your mind. You don't say when you're going to do it. You just continue on, polite and friendly as always. You never show that you're waiting for the right moment, but you're doing everything you can. It's like any other kind of investment. It requires patience. The important thing is patience. I don't need to say that those few hours of flight delay were both educational and enjoyable for my colleague. And we can all learn from this story. Don't focus on the things you can't control, like when the plane takes off. Instead, focus on what you can control. And when you see someone you can learn from, then, as long as the opportunity lasts, learn everything you can. You never know when you'll come across a book or an article that provides information that will transform your life. Yet one thing is certain, and I've said it many times. The book you don't read won't help you. The same goes for meeting people. You never know who will teach you exactly what you need to know. Even if you don't need to know it now, you might need to know it sometime in the future. Maybe 15 years from now, or maybe 15 minutes. A few years ago, a film came out about a not very bright man who spent his whole life gardening. Through a series of funny events, he became an advisor to the President of the United States. Whenever the President asked this gardener for his opinion on anything, he answered in the language he knew: gardening. But the President had no idea he was talking about gardening. The President was sure the man was using metaphors and analogies, comparing the natural world to the human world. I appreciate plain speaking, like everyone else, perhaps even more than most. I don't want to waste your time with analogies and such, which might only belong in poetry, plays, or films. But on the subject of patience and its role in building a powerful character, I really think gardeners can teach us a lot about planting and harvesting, about cultivating and preserving. For example, there's a story about W.C. Fields, the old Hollywood comedian. Fields bought a cactus called the century plant. It's called that because it blooms so rarely that it seems to happen only once every 100 years. Though of course, the time is much shorter. Anyway, W.C. Fields bought a century plant from a florist who was either ignorant or dishonest. The florist told the comedian that the plant was about to bloom, and wouldn't that be interesting? This of course was very interesting to W.C. Fields, who was also very tight-fisted. But he agreed to pay a lot of money to see this rare event, the blooming of a century plant. Well, Fields invited all his friends over for this historic event. He gave them food and drink, and all eyes were on the plant. But there was no flower in sight. Finally, Fields, angry and embarrassed that the cactus hadn't bloomed, grabbed a piece of wood and shouting, "Bloom, you idiot, bloom," started hitting the plant. This is just one example among many that you can try anything you want to speed things up. But things happen at their own speed. In fact, there's only one thing that works, and that's patience. It may seem strange, but young people have more trouble with patience than those with more experience. The older people get, the greater their ability to wait seems to become, even though sometimes they have much less time to wait. We could say that older people should learn to act quickly and decisively, but young people should learn to wait. When you're young, you have plenty of time, but you're in a hurry. Patience is a rare and powerful occurrence in young people. How can we explain this impatience in the young? Perhaps it's because when you're a teenager or in your 20s, a year seems like a long time. 5 years seems very long, and 10 years is more than you can imagine. But older people can look back 10, 20, even 30 years. They can use the knowledge they've gained to create patience and perspective. I want to say something that may seem contradictory and confuse you. A patient man is always richer than an impatient one, even if the patient man has less money. What do I mean by that? Well, being wealthy isn't just about dollars and cents. So what is it? How is a patient man richer? The answer is very simple. A patient man is always richer than an impatient man, because an impatient man can always afford to wait. A patient man is never helpless. The patient man takes his time. The impatient man is always on the verge of bankruptcy in terms of time. In any situation you can think of, impatience is a source of weakness and fear, while patience is a source of strength and power. In another way, patience also gives the patient person a great advantage over the impatient one, a deeper knowledge of themselves and others, which is a sign of good character. If you can only see the short term, if you can only see the now, then you can't judge distances. You live in a flat, two-dimensional world. In other words, the impatient person doesn't understand the meaning of the future. Seeing the future allows you to measure your current plans and events against things that have happened before, and also against your hopes and desires for the future. Previously and now, here and there, near and far. The need, the knowledge, the seeing, and the waiting. These are bifocals, allowing the patient man to see in two ways, while the short-sighted person only sees the present, and the daydreamer only sees a fictional future. The history of this century can teach us a lot about the importance of patience and foresight. It proves that time is the strongest ally you can have. No matter how good your opponent's luck is, or how much difficulty you face, time gives power to those who have it on their side. This truth can be seen by looking at World War II. Germany achieved great success in the early years of the war through blitzkrieg, sudden surprise attacks from air and land, first used against Poland, then against Eastern European countries. Japan also used successful surprise attacks, gaining a decisive advantage by bombing Pearl Harbor. But the Allied nations knew that time was on their side. They were prepared to be patient. This was the key. although you don't see it in many history books, one of the most important events of World War II actually happened here, in the United States, a few months before the attack on Pearl Harbor. At that time, the US Army was conducting extensive military maneuvers in Louisiana, designed to assess the readiness of American forces to participate in a war that was spreading around the world. Those maneuvers revealed many deficiencies in the Army's readiness. The Army Command soon realized that if America entered the war soon, which they believed it would, there would need to be a long period of rebuilding and modernization. And this would have to be done while American forces fought the entire world with their inferior, old equipment. And that's exactly what happened. About 3 years of great patience, effort, and sweat, until America's weapons met modern standards. But Franklin Roosevelt and generals like Eisenhower and MacArthur knew this wait was worth it, and when the modernization was complete, victory would certainly follow. Across the ocean, it was the same story. Winston Churchill knew that Britain would have to withstand months and years of bombing and threat, but he also knew that time was on his side. The British, with great patience and courage, withstood the bombing of planes and rockets. In the end, the tide turned, and the world learned that patience and endurance can defeat even the most destructive attacks ever seen. In Russia, the city of Leningrad was under siege for over a year. But the Russians understood the value of patience better than anyone. Over a century before, they had let their harsh cold and vast territory defeat the French army. And these same natural forces helped them defeat the new invader. These patient nations, America, Britain, and Russia, were the ones who won World War II, defeating enemies who relied on surprise attacks and the hope of quick victory. No area of human activity requires as much patience as raising children. If you don't have patience when you start this job, you're going to have to learn it. A baby is born after 9 months. If the mother gets tired before the time comes, that's very bad, because there are still 2 months left, whether she wants it or not. And when the child is born, it grows at a speed beyond the control of the parents. Parents who try to force their child to grow faster are asking for trouble. This is where psychology and common sense agree. We've seen many parents give a 2-year-old a physics book, hoping they'll become Einstein. They think that if they get their child to play piano for an hour a day, they'll become Mozart. Of course, none of this works. And they also fail to consider that all geniuses developed on their own timeline. And even then, the results weren't always what they wanted. Mozart had a very difficult life in his later years and died young, partly because he developed much earlier than other children. In fact, he had no childhood at all. He was an old man at 30. In any case, physics books, hours of music, or any other kind of force isn't helpful for teaching a child effectively. Only one thing is needed: patience. It may sound harsh, but in a way, raising children is like any other investment. It depends on when you want to get your money back. If you're in a hurry, if you need to see results tomorrow, you'll put a lot of pressure on others, and there will probably be a lot of disappointment. But if you can wait, you can get through the hard times and eventually profit. The strange thing is that sometimes waiting years is easier than waiting for a few days. None of us felt pressured waiting 12 years to get through elementary, middle, and high school. Or at least, the first 11.5 years didn't make me lose my patience. But if you ask me to wait 45 minutes for a flight, or 200 minutes in a dentist's waiting room, especially on a bad day, I can't handle it. We all find ways to wait for the next paycheck. But how many people can stand in a supermarket checkout line without fidgeting? How many people can wait silently at a train station for a late train? There seem to be 2 kinds of patience. One kind prepares you for the long term, giving you hope for a better, more profitable day after tomorrow. The other kind helps you stay sane and social while you're waiting in line, watching the clock, or waiting for a pot of water to boil. This second type of patience is very different, yet very similar. It enters your character and has a fundamental effect on your body. Any doctor will tell you that you and those around you shouldn't get angry about small things.
losing control over every little difficulty in your path. If you can deal with life's small problems with patience and calmness, it will keep your blood pressure down. And your friends and neighbors will be happier. Because almost any problem can be solved if you take the time to see it and think about it carefully. This is very easy to understand and very easy to say, but putting it into practice requires a strong character. Sometimes when people say, "I want to make $1 million by the time I'm 40, or I want to retire by the time I'm 45, I don't know what to think. Really, I don't. The combination of goals and deadlines makes me think of short-sighted people, maybe a bit naive. There's nothing wrong with having a valuable goal and putting it on a timeline. You might know what $1 million means to you. You might have very attractive plans for your life after you've put on that suit. But I can't imagine how a person can expect to know who they will be, what they will think, and how they will feel at a specific time in the future. This type of thinking completely ignores the real purpose of success. The main profit in material or financial success isn't gained by dividing a certain amount of money by the age you get it, or by some other numerical formula. No, the real profit is found in the character traits you build along the way. There's a story about a young man who had a very old, wealthy uncle. When the uncle died, the young man was called to his lawyer's office. The lawyer told him he had inherited a great fortune, but first, he had to do something written on a piece of paper. It didn't seem too difficult, but when the young man tried to do it, the first task led to another, and then another. By the time he tried to fulfill the last request, the young man ended up in a strange land. It was a different kind of adventure, full of unprecedented dangers. More years passed. The young man almost forgot how and why he had started this long journey. He couldn't imagine what the end would be like. When he completed the path, destiny brought him back to the office of the same lawyer where it all began. The man said, "I've come to collect my inheritance." He was no longer a young man. He had become much wiser. The lawyer smiled and said, "You've acquired it, just as your uncle planned. The places you've been, the things you've learned, as your uncle wished, they will stay with you for the rest of your life." Success that comes too easily or too quickly almost never lasts. People who achieve it almost always feel they didn't really earn it. And that feeling affects their character. If they're lucky and smart, they'll create a new challenge for themselves in a completely unfamiliar area. These people need to build their character to successfully emerge from their sudden good fortune. And this kind of character building, done hurriedly, tests the person's discipline, not their character. We've seen how the traits of a strong character require their opposites, creating a paradoxical state. Patience is no exception. It doesn't mean waiting until next year, but if not, definitely next year. I think Thomas Edison said it best. Everything comes to him who waits, but it comes faster to him who tries while waiting. You must put your greatest effort into something, but not think about the result. That is the essence of patience. Patience isn't about making a certain amount of money by a certain age, or winning the game before time runs out. No, the important thing is to keep the clock moving. The main way to win is to stay in the game, no matter how long it takes. Self-confidence is a very important trait of a strong character. It's a kind of positivity, a kind of certainty that things will happen as you wish, and that you have the power to do it. Also, self-confidence is one of the most elusive traits of a strong character. Many people misunderstand it. How do we recognize a confident person? Is it the person who dresses well, has a firm handshake, shiny shoes, and a big smile? Maybe, but I think self-confidence, more than any other trait, has to do with what we give to others, rather than something inside us that's just about us. The root of self-confidence is confidence. Confidence is a word from the Latin language meaning faith. When a person is honest in a deal, an offer is made, and real money is involved. When a person promises something and is determined to keep that promise, we call that a good faith offer, an honest offer. The music playing on the stereo has high fidelity. It is faithful to the sound of the performer and the live instrument at the time of recording. At Christmas time, one of the songs many children sing is the old carol, O come, all ye faithful. This is how self-confidence and faithfulness are conveyed. Self-confidence has to do with the trust that is only possible by having faith in other people. Self-confidence allows you to enter a room full of strangers and speak with any of them without fear. Self-confidence shows poise and tolerance. It makes the strangers in that room think, this is a person I can not only talk to, but one I want to talk to. A person who is at ease, who makes everyone around them feel at ease. That feeling that everything is in order makes others feel in order as well. And they give you what they have inside them. That's the self-confidence you project. It's like playing La for an orchestra. Every instrument will respond with a sympathetic vibration. Self-confidence is that La, the correct note. The self-confidence of other people is that sympathetic vibration. This self-confidence makes people believe what you tell them and accept you as you present yourself. But self-confidence goes beyond what is transmitted between two individuals on their path or in their lives. Self-confidence is the basis of all social order. Think of the US dollar bill. It says, "In God we trust." We trust that the government will maintain the value of the dollar. We trust that the infrastructure, productive capacity, market motivation, and consumers will remain stable tomorrow as they are today. And we trust that everything is growing, not decaying. So we buy and sell stocks. We trade the future. We invest in industry. Consumer confidence moves the goods that truck drivers bring to market, onto the shelves, and into people's carts. Whatever it is, that is the spirit of work and global commerce. And it's not based on gold, not on commodity assets. It's based on trust and confidence. Without the trust and goodwill of other people, business partners, bankers, customers, and the trust and credit of merchants, the entire global economic system, along with all the governments of the world, would collapse. What's left? Nothing but the savagery of primitive, ruthless, physically enforced domination. So, self-confidence is no small thing. It's a powerful force that can gain strength and flourish in the right environment. A confident person's belief in themselves is so strong that it can create belief in others. On the other hand, lack of self-confidence creates distrust in everyone you meet. A confident person gives you confidence. It creates self-confidence in others. The power of their character makes you a stronger person too. The question that arises here is, how do you and I gain self-confidence? How do we learn to believe in ourselves so that others believe in us? George Washington was the commander of the American army during the war. Why did Congress ask Washington to lead the forces? And how did this landowner and surveyor, who was once loyal to King George of England, find the power and self-confidence to demand that the colonizer surrender and fight the army of the world's richest and most powerful nation? Even though Washington was friends with George, he had precise knowledge of the lands he would have to fight on, and the enemies he would face. Having traveled through them as a surveyor, not as a dignitary, he knew the tools of the people he would have to fight. He also knew that with effort, patience, self-confidence, and integrity, his small army could prevail. Using his ability to transfer his inner self-confidence to the people fighting under him, George Washington not only won the war, he became known as the father of his country. Even though he has been much criticized since his time, it hasn't tarnished the good image he left behind. George Washington still inspires self-confidence. And his face is on the piece of paper the whole world respects, the US dollar. And you see, his face conveys self-confidence. The number on the bill does not give that face its value. In the last 200 years, the paragons of self-confidence in human nature and human goodness, self-confidence in the purpose and value of human dignity, can be seen in two people, Brigham Young and Pablo Picasso. Two very different people. One, Brigham Young, a religious man who saved his people from execution and abuse, leading them to a promised land flowing with milk and honey. A promised land in a place none of his people had ever seen. The other person, the artist of all ages, Pablo Picasso. As a young man living in Spain in the late 19th century, over his 90-plus year life, Picasso revolutionized art. He left behind many paintings, sculptures, drawings, and writings, and he continued his creative output until the end of his life. Think of the first time you saw one of Picasso's paintings. If you're honest, you'll probably admit you didn't understand it. Faces with sharp ears and strange colors, both eyes on one side of the face, like a manta ray you could catch with a hook. A manta ray that lives on the sand underwater. But if you turn and look at his images again, you'll see what they mean. Basically, you learned from this man to see differently, to understand that, say, every person has two sides that are simultaneously visible. This artist had so much self-confidence in what he saw, was so strong and clear, and even so generous in showing what he saw to the world, that he taught everyone to see the old world in a new way. And because of his self-confidence, we can all gain more self-confidence and learn not to reject new things just because we don't understand them at first. Picasso was generous because he created so much art, but he also made a lot of money because the self-confidence felt in his art led to the self-confidence of art dealers, the self-confidence of the art-buying market and the auction market, which in turn led to the confidence of large corporations and very wealthy investors in the enduring value of Pablo Picasso's image of the world. Often when we go to museums, we hear people say things about modern art like, "My child could paint better than that," or "What's so special about this? I just don't get it." And you know, much of what is presented as art deserves that kind of comment. In this respect, the art market is a big game of self-confidence. But the wonderful thing is that the game of self-confidence can be played, simply because there is such a thing as real art with enduring value. And everyone hopes the thing they are standing in front of has those qualities. And when an artist like Picasso is a true artist, his signature is as valuable as the US Mint. And even a small painting of his will cost a fortune. It's hard to find an important similarity between a religious and political leader like Brigham Young and a great artist like Pablo Picasso, but they inspired the vision and self-confidence of the people who followed them. You might say, okay, you've shared some interesting historical stories. I'm convinced. I agree, but I don't have the power of George Washington, the faith of Brigham Young, the vision of Pablo Picasso. I don't have a law degree or good connections in city organizations. How can I achieve that degree of belief in myself? I think I can give you a precise answer to your question, because if you've listened to me this far and you want to know more, it means you've already gained some self-confidence. And remember, you can't feel self-confidence in yourself until you can feel it in others. So you've already taken the first important step, and you are right now on the path to a new world of self-confidence. You just need to go a little further down the path we're on, and look ahead together. There are 3 areas we need to discuss, so you can be ready to add self-confidence to your strong character. Here they are. First, creating the trait of inspiring self-confidence by revealing your own self-confidence and who you are and how you grew up. Second, seeing how you can receive self-confidence from the education and training you've received and the traits of your teachers and mentors. Third, finding self-confidence in the challenges and experiences you've had in all parts of your life and the success you've had in dealing with them. Let's look at each of these areas one by one. First, growing up means having the specific, vital tools necessary to survive in this tough, specialized, developed world. Your parents taught you basic skills, walking, eating, and later, eating without help. What to eat and maybe good manners. You were given some physical and mental power. Maybe you're not a rocket scientist, but maybe you know how to fix a lawnmower. Something many rocket scientists can't do. Maybe you don't have an accounting degree, but you can tell a joke so well that the whole room splits its sides with laughter. What are your strengths? Or you wouldn't have gotten this far. Maybe you can save money. Maybe you know how to find things. Probably. Not only do you have a personal power, talent, skill, or real ability that should be a source of pride and confidence, but you take that thing for granted, not realizing its value. I'm not talking about difficult things. I'm talking about the things that are easy for you. Just because you can easily cut a board with a saw doesn't mean it's easy for everyone else.
Your talent and skill are something you assume, and perhaps don't value enough. Talent isn't hard work. It's like drinking water. Second, if you grew up, went to school, and probably finished high school, this is another example of something you might think everyone has. So why should you be confident because of it? First of all, not everyone has that diploma. And second, we might be ignoring something that gives you the qualifications to become president or king or a great leader. So, dear leader, just because you have that thing doesn't mean it's unimportant. If you didn't have it, it wouldn't be worthless to you. Furthermore, your teacher, your mentor, who showed you the way in your first job or in a new place, saw something in you that perhaps you didn't see in yourself. What is that thing? If you discover what they gave you, what they showed you, you will see yourself from that person's perspective, from the perspective of that teacher, mentor, or new friend. Because what they gave you is something they see in you right now, and it's invisible to you. If they didn't think you had the ability to run that machine, execute that order, get that job done, or sell as well as they could, they wouldn't have taught you in the first place. They had confidence in an ability you might not have known you had, and they shared that self-confidence with you. You had the ability, you just needed it to be shared. Third, and most important, where you were born, your parents, whether you went to school or the right school, whether someone stood behind you and pointed the way, all of these are less important than this. You have lived, and you are here now. So you have a bank full of money you can withdraw from, your experience. You may have traveled the world, met many people, learned different ways and different languages, or you may have stayed in one place and experienced life that way, with people you've known your whole life, who you know in a way that no one else, coming from somewhere else, with new faces and new friends at work, could possibly know anyone else. This is your bank. This is what you can withdraw from, with self-confidence. Because the thing about experience is that it really works. If it didn't, you wouldn't be here. You'd be dead. I'm sure you have some self-confidence in life. You're here, listening to me. And perhaps you're even receiving that sympathetic vibration, the same tune of self-confidence that resonates in all of us. A confident man or woman is someone we all admire, someone we all want to imitate. On the other hand, a confident man is something different. You have to learn to crawl before you can walk, and learn to walk before you can run. No one in this era can grow up and mature without the faith, without the self-confidence that says, I have the tools to walk among people. I have goodwill and sharp eyes, which let me perform well, and go beyond surviving. And I assure you, when you feel self-confidence in others, you will feel your own power. And if they feel the self-confidence you have in yourself, they can't hurt you. What others have, you also have. But just because others don't have something, doesn't mean you shouldn't use it, or be confident about it. What does good health mean? Is it an opinion or a fact? Is it a style or an essence? Are we as human beings simply physical machines? Do our physical conditions determine everything? Or if we think of ourselves more as minds than matter, is it an emotional state? And in what way is it part of a strong character? Because you probably thought health was just about the body. A very wise elderly woman once said to me, if you have your health, you have everything. If you lose your health, all the money in the world won't make life good or make you feel life is worth living. As she tried to describe her long experience, I didn't fully believe her. After all, I was a young boy. Like most young people today, I thought feeling well and having all my body parts working perfectly was normal. Something that happens on its own almost every day of the year. I could take it for granted. And I did. But now, at this point in my life, I see that there have been times I was sick, and times I said, if I lose my health, what will happen? Is this a test of character? I really think it is. When you get the flu on the weekend and need to lie down and complain, but instead you lie down and quietly watch TV, that's a test of character. At least it seems like a test of character until it's over and you forget it. But something like that, a minor illness, is more like a mosquito bite than a test of character. You feel it, look around,
and then see it's gone. Whatever it was, it's gone. But sooner or later, it will return. And one day, it will be more than a mosquito bite. You'll look around, and what's there won't disappear. Not in the long run. Thinking about it will test your character a bit. But I'm not trying to scare anyone. I'm just trying to make my point. You know what life was like when you were a kid. You could eat anything, and you did. If you ate a lot with your friends at the high school football game, you could eat as much as you wanted, even more than you wanted. In college, you'd stay up all night during exams, drinking coffee, eating cookies, listening to the radio, maybe smoking. Thinking back now, it seems logical. Every day I feel stronger and older, and that's the only real reason to continue. So you say, why not? It hasn't hurt me so far. It has, but the truth isn't that simple. Nor is it that, because you're older now, things are moving in the opposite direction, and you can't do anything anymore. That's not the simple truth either. When you have your health, you have everything. There's a saying, you have to lose your life to find it. It took me a long time to understand that saying, just as it took me a long time to understand the meaning of good health. You have to lose one way of life to find another, a way more suitable for this particular time. But you can do it. It requires character. You have to lose your life to find it. But you can lose your life and find a new one. I've been very lucky. I feel good. My health is good. But it's not like when I was a child, when I was sure I would win any game I decided to play with my friend. I've realized I haven't been seriously ill yet. But I've realized that good health goes beyond not having an illness. Good health is the direct result of proper thinking and proper living. In other words, the result of a strong character. A friend of mine told me about his former football coach, who always told the kids on the team that the most important thing they could do for themselves, as a team playing football and as individuals playing the game of life, was to create a healthy attitude. Of course, they had to swim, run track, and push obstacles. But if they didn't do it with a healthy attitude, then in this coach's opinion, they were dead weights that would drag down other dead weights. When I heard that coach's emphasis on a healthy attitude, I thought about it a bit. He wasn't just talking about having a strong body. That was included. But it also had to do with character and a healthy attitude. It's like knowing that to get from point A to point B, you have to stay on the path, and you must not let things that might seem pleasant for a moment, but aren't good for your health, distract you and change your course. Or, as the coach would say, for the success of the team that depends on you, you must go straight into the field. You can't go around the edges, just because the hot dogs, food and cheerleaders are there. Those distractions are for after the game. Not being able to focus on the task shows unhealthy thinking, a bad attitude and weak character. I used to think these were old-fashioned, cliché things. I still think they're cliché. But they are also important and true. Your attitude, your perspective on things, the way you move towards life or away from it, all a part of your character. If you want to stay in the arena of life for a long time, you must have the power and resistance to do so. And that has to do with your character. At least when you're past 17 or 18, to have a long life and feel good throughout it, you must be a health athlete, a long-distance runner. Anyone who has watched the Olympics, even on TV, knows that character is an important part of running. So, even if you've never seen health as a character trait, I hope you now understand that it is. If you get short of breath after getting up from a chair after a long time, it's hard to think well, to have self-confidence, to feel strong, determined and wise. That was a good example. Here's an even clearer one. If your pants are too tight, or the middle button of your work coat is always open, how can you hope to make good decisions about your job, about what to buy and sell, about talking to that new client or calling that old friend? But the good news is, you don't need to believe every scary story you hear on the radio or TV. You shouldn't refuse to eat certain things because of statistics about how many times something happened, or worry about what a very delicious, fatty or sugary food did to laboratory mice.
You don't need to be a health expert to know that too much of something is not good for you. A classical philosopher said we should all do everything in moderation and not overdo anything. This is a principle you must incorporate into your life. If you eat ice cream and sweets every now and then as a reward for a good deed, it's fine. But you shouldn't eat ice cream from morning to night, followed by a pack of cigarettes and a drink. There are people who do this, but it's a one-way ticket to hell. Being overly sensitive about health is the same way. So remember this principle: moderation in all things and not overdoing anything. Worry and stress are as bad for your heart as high cholesterol. This has been well proven, especially in a long-term study in Finland, where 2 groups of men were asked to follow very different diets over several years. The first group could eat and drink whatever they wanted, anything. The second group was supervised. Everything they ate was written down and evaluated. They ate no eggs, butter, cheese, or coffee, only herbal tea, no meat. They were only allowed to eat macrobiotic pasta. Which group was more damaged? Is it worth it to constantly measure your cholesterol, constantly worry about it, and punish yourself with rigid rules? The much easier thing is to have balance in everything. Health is truly a function of character, not of a machine. Yes, don't overdo it with food and drink, but don't be too rigid with your rules either. Consider a man who was really into physical fitness, even before it became popular. He did his daily weight training, then ran 5 miles. He ate the right foods. For 25 years, from age 18 to 43, he drank a glass of carrot juice every day while reviewing nightly work reports. And he died of a heart attack at age 43. We also had a wealthy woman who followed a man who talked about dieting for a long and healthy life. She gave him a lot of money and followed all his dietary advice. Then the man died, and he died young too. That woman never let anyone mention that man's name in her presence again. Perhaps that's why I've also forgotten his name, but I still remember the story. One of my friends, a cardiologist with good judgment, unswayed by fads and health advice, explained it to me this way: you have to know who you are and how you're built. In other words, you have to know your character, your body, your mind, and your emotional character. Not everyone is built to run marathons, climb mountains, or play linebacker for the Chicago Bears. Not everyone has the physical and mental tools to be a truck driver, a rocket scientist, or a travel agent. Each of these people is accustomed to a certain level of activity. They live in a world with different customs, different ways of teaching and learning, and yes, different ways of celebrating. A rocket scientist doesn't need to cover 220 miles on the road every day. A truck driver doesn't need to sit still and read small print under a lamp for hours. A football player doesn't need to stay up all night driving across the country. Each uses their body differently. Each needs to eat and rest in different ways. One person may be able to smoke cigarettes or cigars in moderation. Another may get sick from even a small amount of nicotine. Some people can work long hours without sitting still. Whatever your physical condition and current state of character, there's one thing I can tell you with certainty right now. If you let yourself get severely out of shape and engage in self-destructive behavior, it becomes very hard to respect yourself. And you will do things that make it impossible for others to respect you. This is a fact of life in today's world and value system. I recently saw a very rich man in a limousine stopped at a club entrance. He asked 2 attendants to carry him out of the car. Even the parking attendants looked at him mockingly. Unfortunately, this man was born in the wrong century, because even I, who loves steak and potatoes as much as anyone, could see he was making bad choices, in his menu choices and in other things. If you want success, if you want to be a leader, and if you weren't a success-oriented person who wouldn't put aside ambition because of fate or luck, you wouldn't be listening to me now. You have to accept the lifestyle of today. The President of the United States goes running every day because he has to run a country, and because he knows that people today won't tolerate a tired person at the head of the government. That's a fact, and no one on earth is going to change things from the way they are now. The times change, and the people at the top change with them, but this change happens with the times, not against them,
not before them. Having good physical condition is part of good health. A famous woman in the fashion world once said, "You can never be too rich or too thin." That was 20 years ago. Nowadays, they might still say, "You can never be too rich," but the second part has changed to, "You can never have enough muscle." I could be wrong about this. My research is informal, based on the appearances of the most famous actresses over the years. An acquaintance of mine, a woman, was nearly 30 and a bit reckless. She smoked a bit, ate what she liked, never thought about her fading appearance or her health, because she still had her health. Then, one day, doctors told this young mother of two that she had a heart problem. She realized she would have to take pills for the rest of her life, never push herself again. No strenuous exercise, no excitement, no excessive stress. Even though she hadn't yet reached middle age, she would have to sit in the spectator's seat for the rest of her life's games. She thought about the doctor's words for a few days. She looked at her children, her husband, her friends, and she decided, enough. She said, "What's the point of surviving?" She threw away her diet, changed her regimen, started weight training, and went for fast, long walks in the morning. She got stronger. She bought a new computer and joined the workforce. 5 years passed since the doctors told her her vibrant life was over. And this health role model is now successful in an executive job in the computer and information technology field. Good health can increase your credibility and respect in the eyes of others. It can provide all the advantages for your character and ambition, putting you on the path to the good things that come your way. But these aren't the only benefits of good health. Despite these great, tangible rewards for staying healthy and fit, they aren't the main reason to embrace good health habits. To be a bit more philosophical, the best benefits of health exist in the mind and spirit of the seeker. You might say, "Wait a minute, you're trying to make this obscure and complicated." No, I'm here to talk logically, not to confuse you. If there were a formula, an answer to the question of the real path to good health, and if I knew what it was, I would have the key to the greatest problem of all time, and this program would become a tradition, rather than a practical guide to building a strong character and achieving success. Good health may be a result of character and also a cause. In my view, having a strong character is the best prescription for a healthy mind and a healthy body. If you feel good about yourself, you will naturally want to take care of your body. But if you lose respect for your body, you will likely be careless in other areas as well. Older people are probably the strongest people in the world, because if they weren't, they wouldn't have lived that long. When older people who are still healthy, still going out, doing things, living, get together, what do they talk about? They talk about who had what operation, how the bridge club was last week, what films and shows are worth seeing, who they saw on the golf course. But when these little chats are over, they talk about food, and about their digestive systems. Regarding digestion, there are specific foods that keep the plumbing running smoothly. But those foods alone don't constitute a healthy, balanced diet. You need variety in your diet to meet your body's many nutritional needs. And in the same way, it's very important and beneficial to have variety in your life. What applies to financial health applies to physical health. If you keep doing exactly what you've been doing, you'll keep having exactly what you've been having. Anyone who does the same thing every day, year after year, without interruption or rest, probably isn't in a position to know if they're in good shape or not. As we've said before, you don't know what you have until you let it go, lose it, or get something else. Probably the easiest and most useful way to break up your day, to keep your biological clock from shutting down in the middle of the best days of your life, which are these days, is to take a nap whenever you get the chance. You might say, "But I stopped napping in preschool." And I ask, are you better off for it? Every executive in every major company has a couch in their office, in front of the big desk and the comfortable leather chair. What do you think that couch is for? It's to take a nap before the board meeting about major corporate changes or the shareholders meeting. Remember, every sleep is a kind of vacation. Shakespeare himself said that sleep knits up the ravelled sleeve of care. John F. Kennedy maintained his napping habits even during the Cuban Missile Crisis of 1962. Did it save the world from nuclear catastrophe? Well, something saved it. A sound mind in a sound body. That's the ancient prescription for a good life. An intelligent life, feeling good and being smart. You can't keep sharpening your mind like a pencil to a fine point, getting shorter and shorter until you reach the end and have to throw it away. Moreover, you can't just eat, drink, celebrate and fight without thinking. Or at least, that's what the Romans thought in their good days. And I agree. Later, in the days of the Roman Empire's decline, the Romans forgot their own advice, and soon the decline turned into a fall. I'm sure the message is clear. For centuries, the people of China, in their vast country, repeatedly defeated foreigners. Invaders always took control of the government. But then something interesting happened. And it happened every time to the conquering tribes. After a few years of rule, the foreigners didn't become Chinese. The Chinese became the foreigners. The reason for this ability of the Chinese to subdue the armies ruling over them had to do with the country being very large and very old, and partly due to the philosophy and wisdom of this powerful country, which for thousands of years created the science of good health and long life. You could call it a national character, a form of martial arts focusing on self-defense called Tai Chi, combines physical exercise with philosophy and diet. It teaches a person to defend themselves against all kinds of attacks. Attacks from an enemy using weapons, surprise, or sheer power. Attacks within the body, like illness. And even attacks from destructive emotions, like anger or fear. Character and chemistry are both considered. I don't want to complicate things. I'm just following the philosophy of learning things from wherever I can. I heard about a very old Chinese man who led a strange but very long life. He ate very little, exercised regularly, and kept a turtle in his bathtub. He explained that the turtle was a symbol of longevity, and that it taught him how to deal with the world, slowly and steadily, and in a way, as a companion during lonely times. Much more could be said about health, but a few short conclusions can be drawn. In my opinion, health is an aspect of character. I see that ethical people are happier and more at ease. They say that stress, which I think is related to grudges and anger, leads to physical problems. But maybe that's just wishful thinking, that people get what they really deserve. Although I do believe they get what they deserve, or perhaps a bit more. So the discussion of health is never ending, and it shouldn't be. Because health is about continuing. Continuing as long as you can. It's not about stopping. Healthy things continue and move forward as long as they can. Maybe they speed up and get a bit sluggish. Maybe instead of staying on the path, they break through and move in another direction. Being healthy is the only way to get the good parts of all parts of life. It's the way to stay strong, and the way to stay interested, where mind and body connect. And in a way, working hard for good health is something the heart, mind, and muscles work together for. I believe that success comes with character, and that success builds character. I don't believe that suffering and failure are necessary for spiritual growth. I know they are not good for the body or the mind. Failure doesn't make you feel better, mentally or physically. It's certainly an unavoidable part of life, and you do yourself a favor by learning from your failures. But I see no reason to bang your head against a wall when it hurts. I don't want you to think I'm cruel, but I believe that if you've reached a certain age, and by your own definition haven't achieved much, I don't think you can blame it on bad luck, a difficult childhood, or any other external factor. I personally feel that the strength of your character is called into question at that moment. And let me be clear that your definition of success may differ from someone else's. I'm not saying you need a fat bank account or a Rolls-Royce to be considered successful. But if those things are part of your definition of success, then that should be your goal. Let me clarify what I mean by telling you about the philosophy of a very successful and interesting man named Steve. Though he was only in his early 40s, he started a very profitable advertising agency in the West and sold it to one of the largest organizations in the country for 7 times its annual growth rate. So he became a very wealthy man,
with many years of life left to enjoy it. While talking with a friend, the subject of work problems faced by a mutual acquaintance came up. This man was truly smart, with a degree from one of the country's top universities. His high ambitions made him start his own business as soon as he graduated. But now, 15 years later, his consulting company was still struggling to pay the rent for his office. Yet he still impressed everyone he met as a very smart businessman. He read the Wall Street Journal every day and knew the names of all the executives at major companies. If you talked to him for 5 minutes, you would think he was a big player in the business world. But he had never made any money. Steve's friends were truly amazed that such a good businessman hadn't succeeded in making money. They felt it was like saying, he's a good football player, but he can't pick a good shot and makes a lot of mistakes. Steve thought about it for a moment and then gave his opinion. He said, "In business, acquisition is a prerequisite for applying the success label to a person. You can't be a good businessman if you haven't made money. A good tree bears good fruit. If it doesn't, it's not a good tree." I think Steve's analysis is correct for specific areas of business. In certain occupations, one of the greatest goals you can have is to generate profit for the company and therefore fill your own bank account. In those jobs, success is measured by money. So simple. So, if you're in those kinds of jobs and haven't made money, you probably need to take steps to strengthen your character. In other words, character isn't some abstract thing floating in the sky, separate from the real world. There may be other things you need to do, but you certainly need to do some soul searching and develop your character. But let me widen the scope of our discussion beyond work-related success, where measurement of acquisition can't be confined to dollars and cents. I've said that I think you need a strong character to make money, and that if you're not making money now, you should work on your character. But I should also say that to achieve any kind of success, you need character, whether in the business world or anywhere else. There are people who aren't interested in making a lot of money. I'm not one of them, but I understand why. For these people, acquisition is measured by means that aren't very quantifiable. One day, a small dinner party was held in a beautiful home in the countryside. The grandfather host had invented the first milking machine and had become rich from it. But it had been a long time since he had been removed from farm life. Now, he was essentially an investor. He and his wife were also very active in charity work. That evening, a gathering was formed of successful people from various fields to find out what successful people have in common, regardless of their field. Among the guests was a great lawyer, a banker, and the owner of one of the largest car import companies. Each came with their spouse, but the person doing most of the talking was a man from New York, richly dressed, with a mysterious European accent. The topic of conversation seemed to be opera. The attendees were eager to use this gentleman's presence, listening respectfully to his words on a subject they liked. Neither the lawyer, the car importer, nor the banker had any special expertise in opera. Their wives didn't seem to know much about opera solos either. The well-dressed man himself seemed to have a charisma, a special charismatic quality that made everyone want to listen to him, even on a subject far from their interests. He talked mostly about the New York City Metropolitan Opera, though he also mentioned Milan and Paris. He talked about past seasons' performances and gave critiques. He then shared some backstage insights, revealing that this man had a position at the Capitol's Opera House, not just a spectator. He mentioned the important philanthropists and big names in opera, showing he had close ties to them. After an hour of talking, he suddenly seemed tired. He excused himself from the group, saying he really had to go. The guests objected, but the small, well-dressed man said he was truly obliged to leave. Tomorrow's opera performance was happening, and he had to get to his work. He had to be prepared. So, shrugging his shoulders in a European way, with a sigh and a small smile, he said he had no choice. A few moments later, he was gone. After he left, there was silence for a few moments. Finally, someone had to fill the void. The guests moved from the reception room to the library, where drinks were being served. Finally, one of the guests spoke up and asked, "What exactly is this man's job at the Capitol Opera House?"
Does he schedule the performances years in advance? Is he the one making creative decisions, like put a small light opera here and a big sad one there? Or does he handle the contracts, negotiating with artist managers, providing financial support when an artist becomes big? After a few moments, the host Max answered. He said, "The man who entertained us for 2 hours, the talented artist who told us those sweet stories, is the cloakroom attendant at the Capitol Opera House. Of course, no one checks anything with him, so he has free time. He can go to the back of the hall and listen. I can tell you that this man has heard every note sung or played at the Capitol Opera House in the last 220 years. In all my years of studying the rules of success and the different types of human character, I don't think I've ever met anyone as poised and dignified as this man. When he left the party that night, everyone assumed he was going to a large, luxurious apartment, his home. They imagined him returning to a one-bedroom apartment on the outskirts of town, or even a furnished room somewhere. No one knew how much cloakroom attendants were paid. But what did it matter? He was truly his own boss. He had truly arrived. And how many people, regardless of income or wealth, could claim that? You've probably met many people who are the opposite of this man. This tendency becomes stronger as people reach middle age. You can spot them on the street, heads down, walking at a snail's pace. When I talk about character development, these people don't know where to start. For them, when you have bills to pay each month and 1,000 other worries, focusing on character is very hard. I agree. If these people had focused more on building a strong character over the years, maybe their monthly bills would be a bit less. But it's never too late. According to Aristotle, a person's philosophy is fully formed by age 52. But it's okay if you're a little behind, as long as you recognize it and do something about it. And to create a personal philosophy to help you achieve your goals, you don't need many books or a library. You can do it anywhere. You can do it right here. In fact, having a philosophy like the ants would help us all greatly. There are at least 2 reasons why ants are unique and important. First, an ant always knows where it wants to go, and it always finds a way to get there. If you put your finger in an ant's path, it will try to go around it. If it can't get past, it will try the other way. If it still can't, it will try to climb over your finger. If for some reason it can't climb over your finger, it will try to lift it. Even if your finger is hundreds of times bigger than the ant, if it sees it can't lift your finger, it will go get other ants for help. If all the ants together still can't lift your finger, they will dig a tunnel under it. And if that doesn't work, they will try to make a hole and go right through it. How long do they keep trying? Until they die. They keep trying until they die, because the one thing they never do is give up. That is the ant's philosophy of success, and we should all add this to our worldview. The other reason I say ants are important is because of what they do in summer. Ants plan for winter during the summer. They don't have credit cards. They don't live in the moment, creating debt and risk for the future. They use the present to build a nest egg. Remember the story of the ant and the grasshopper. The grasshopper mocked the ant for working hard all summer long. The grasshopper just fooled around, hopping in the grass without a care. When winter came, the grasshopper died of starvation, but the ant had lots of food. Remember, we have all been grasshoppers at some point in our lives. Just be careful you aren't one now. Character is the means of turning ideas into acquisition. In that sense, you can't touch it, point to it, or put it on a scale. But in a very real sense, character is what allows you to get to where you want to go. If you want to get from your house to a store across town, you need a car with a full tank of gas. You need a key to start the engine. But you also need to know how to drive. You need judgment based on your life experiences to tell you when to hit the brakes when the light turns red. You need real willpower to reach your destination, so you don't pull over for a cup of coffee and cake every minute.
You need to know how long the journey will take, so you can get home on time to do your work. And you need to be wise enough to call and say you'll be late if you get stuck in traffic. You can't touch any of these things. You can't measure them with a yardstick. But they are just as important as the car, the gas, or the key that starts the engine for reaching your destination. These are analogies for character. Let's continue this comparison a bit further. There are many ways to find out the condition of a car. You can look at the tires to see if the tread is worn down. You can look at the odometer to see when the oil was last changed. You can press a button to walk around the car and check if the headlights and taillights are working. There are gauges that show the condition of your car. In the same way, there are ways to objectively assess the things you acquire. Most people don't use these methods as much as they should, but they are available. For example, you can create a financial statement to determine your net worth. You can hire an appraiser to find out the market value of your home. You can compare where you were 10 years ago to where you are now to see your progress in life. As I've explained, acquisition depends on character, just as driving to a store depends on knowing when to brake and when to accelerate. But how can you tell if your character is in good enough condition to get you where you want to go? Let's return to our analogy. I believe there are ways to assess the strength of your character, almost as obvious as the depth of the tire tread or the amount of gas in the tank. To use these character assessment techniques, all you need is a commitment to being honest with yourself. At first, that honesty might be a bit painful, but once you accept the fact that character is the foundation of acquisition, you will gladly pay the price. Just as the gas gauge shows full, empty, and several points in between, you can learn whether your character has enough fuel to get you to your life's destination. You can learn if it's full, empty, or somewhere in between. But whereas a car runs on just one fuel, measured on a single scale, character can be assessed on 4 different imaginary scales. Here's the first one. On the right side of the scale, instead of the letter F for full, I want you to imagine the letter R for refuse. On the left side of the scale, imagine the letter S for satisfied. If your character is good and strong, there are specific things you do not accept in yourself or others. In your work, you do not accept less than your best effort. That doesn't mean things always go as you wish. But that's not the main point. There are always variables you can't control. But your level of effort should always be maximum. Your commitment to your family should be equally strong. You should show no weakness in matters concerning your family's well-being. And regarding yourself, in your personal life, you should not accept any kind of short-sightedness, dishonesty, or unethical behavior. That's the right side of the first personal assessment scale. On the left side, the letter S stands for satisfied. But it could also be T for take it easy, or even W for what difference does it make. Ask yourself where you fall on this scale. Do you have a strong, good refusal power to acquire the things you want? If not, it's time to pull the car over. The second character scale has the letter D on the right and M on the left. D stands for decision. M stands for maybe. Ask yourself if you are the kind of person who gets on the road, turns right or left. Or do you stop the car, scratch your chin, and say, well, maybe go this way, and then maybe go that way, and end up going nowhere? Think of the big problems in front of you and your life. Maybe you want to quit your job and start your own business. Maybe you want to get married. In any situation, are you the kind of person who makes a decision and turns it into action? Or do you say, well, maybe, but maybe not? Now imagine a scale with W on one end and I on the other. W should be red and bright, maybe orange. I should be green or yellow, because W stands for want, like I want it now, or I want it so much I'll do whatever it takes to get it. W means going to law school at night for 5 years while working all day because you want to be a lawyer. W means getting up at 4 a.m. every day to work on your novel because you want to be a writer. It means traveling across the country several times to find a doctor who can cure your child. I know people who have done all of these things because they wanted something and they got it. I stands for indifference. It means you don't care what happens, and if you truly don't care, certainly nothing good will happen. Now, the last of our imaginary personal scales. On the right side is the letter P for promise. On the left side, the letter F for fear. If you have a strong character, you promise yourself to achieve your goals. What if something gets in the way? It doesn't matter because you never consider that possibility. You made a promise and you keep it. When you decide to drive to the store, you don't sit in the driveway thinking, what if I don't make it? You just decide to go to the store. You know you'll get there. Fear is simply the inability to promise yourself something. When you think of all the bad things that could happen on the way, fear enters. And soon you're thinking, isn't it easier to just stay home? Isn't the risk less if I stay in bed? Isn't it better to pull the covers over my head? In this discussion, I've used the example of traveling across town by car. Let me conclude with another example, one I'm sure you've all experienced. When you were learning to walk, you made a promise to yourself to do it. It might have been scary at times. Certainly, you stumbled many times. Certainly, tears fell from your eyes. But it didn't matter. You forgot about it as soon as you got up, because you had promised yourself. You wanted to walk across the room, and you succeeded. How long did it take? What difference did it make? You did it. At that point in your life, you had the strength of character to overcome fear and keep the promise you made to yourself. Do you still have that power? Whether you realize it or not, you do. When you were that small child, you asked yourself, how much do I have to work to make my dream of walking across the room come true? And instinctively you answered, as much as it takes. Make that same promise to yourself now. Making that promise requires strength of character. And as I've shown, strength of character is the foundation of acquisition. I promise you that. One of the most important books ever written is called Breaking Out of the Ice. The author was a man named Victor Herman, who died a few years ago. It's an autobiographical account of the author's attempt to survive 14 years in several Siberian prison camps. All the camps were in the north, near the Arctic Circle. It was during the Stalin regime in the Soviet Union. In the first few pages, Mr. Herman introduces himself as one of the toughest people on earth. Maybe the toughest. He says, if you don't believe me now, I'm sure you will after you finish the book. When you finish the book, you realize you've been with the toughest person on earth for those few hundred pages, physically, mentally, and spiritually. This man had a very strong body, and along with it, a strong character. Victor Herman was born in Michigan, but came to Russia in the 1930s because his father went there to work for a factory built by the Ford Motor Company. Victor Herman, then in his 20s, was arrested on suspicion of political unreliability and sent to Siberia. The philosophy of the Soviet prison system at that time was very simple: work prisoners to death. Through the cold of Siberian winters and the unbearable mosquito-infested summers, prisoners were given impossible tasks, with insufficient clothing, very poor equipment, and practically no food. A prisoner facing such conditions certainly loses the will to live, and soon they die. Victor Herman was the exception. Although he had no hope of life outside the camp, and unlike us, he had nothing to live for, there was something inside him that wouldn't let him give in, simply because he wasn't afraid, because of his strength of character. At one point, Mr. Herman was given an assignment that the camp authorities were sure he wouldn't survive. One morning, at first light, accompanied by a guard, he was sent into the woods. The guard showed him several large trees. They had been cut down and stripped of branches to be used as telephone poles. The guard then ordered him to load the trees onto a truck, by himself, by the end of the day. This was truly an impossible task, like a fairy tale or a nightmare. But Victor Herman did it. Somehow he did it, simply because he wouldn't be beaten or give in. It was a miracle, but it really happened. A feat that would put any Olympic athlete's achievements to shame. And Victor Herman was in a good position to accomplish this particular task, because after he was released from the camps in the 1950s,
He became coach of the Soviet national boxing team. The author of Breaking Out of the Ice performed many heroic feats during his years of captivity in Siberia. But he considered the telephone pole incident his masterpiece. As he worked, the only person watching was a single armed guard who stood there all day, probably freezing himself, and undoubtedly amazed at the spectacle unfolding before his eyes. When the impossible task was done, Victor Hermann ran to the guard and threw his arms around him. After all that physical and mental exertion, he needed to celebrate, even if it was just a Russian prison guard in the vast Siberian woods. Hermann said the guard allowed himself a small smile. Then the two men returned to the camp. Hermann was imprisoned for many more years, until he was finally released. He began his spectacular career in the Olympics, and after spending about 33 years in the Soviet Union, he returned to America. Victor Hermann's amazing story is truly worth telling. I think we can learn a lot from his success. But what I want to say is not what you think. I don't want to tell you that you can be like Victor Hermann, or that you should try to be. No. In fact, I think the extraordinary value and power of this story has much to do with the difference between what this man achieved and what we can expect from ourselves. In my opinion, the most extraordinary thing about Victor Hermann's survival is that he found his motivation completely within himself. No one cared whether he lived or died. He had no reason to think there was a life outside those prison camps. Every minute of every day, it was clear that his captors were waiting for him to give up, and their patience had run out. That Victor Hermann maintained his will to live in these conditions, isolated from everything, is even more amazing than the physical feats he performed. Very few people can generate that inner motivation. That's part of human nature. Most of us, perhaps all of us, need reasons outside ourselves to do anything important. We can be people of strong character, but we need something external to help us be as strong as we can be. Simply wanting to be financially successful is not enough to succeed. Simply wanting to learn a new skill, or break a destructive habit, or make other big changes in your lifestyle usually won't lead to success. But what if you have to make a lot of money to get the best treatment for someone you love? What if you have to learn a new language to save your family trapped in a foreign country? What if you have to change your way of life to find a way out of a life or death situation? Your motivation becomes much stronger. If you're like most people, having to do something is much more powerful than wanting to do it. But often, especially when you're young, that difference isn't always clear. That is, until someone tells you. In my life, my teacher, Mr. Schaff, was the one who told me about the difference between simply wanting and even having to do something. Mr. Schaff did me a great favor by doing this, and when we talked about it, I felt for the first time that I was on the path to success. How did it happen? Very simply. Mr. Schaff took me aside one day and said, "Jim, you have enough talent and intelligence to achieve many things in life, but you don't have enough reasons to do them." When I heard this, I was quite shaken. It was truly a pivotal moment in my life. I had always doubted whether I had the ability to succeed, but I suddenly realized the problem wasn't a lack of ability. The problem was a lack of sufficient reasons. I'm not Victor Hermann, and I seriously doubt you are either. We don't have the willpower to succeed in isolation, like standing in the middle of a Siberian forest loading logs. We need all the motivational help we can get. But certainly, different people are motivated by different things. I've read some research on motivation, and the research I found most compelling identified 4 main factors as the strongest human motivators. I'll list them one by one. I want you to listen carefully. Think about how you can use them to help you achieve your goals. And if you're in a management or leadership position, think about how you can use them to motivate your subordinates. These are the main factors that make people get up and do something when wanting alone isn't enough. These are the main reasons we must believe something is worth doing, and then go do it. The first great motivator is recognition from one's peers.
When soldiers sacrifice their lives in wartime, why do they do it? Is it patriotism, belief in the cause they're fighting for, or fear of a court-martial? Probably all of these have an effect. But extensive research has shown that what truly motivates a soldier to fight well is the desire for respect from the person fighting next to them. This is much more important than medals and other forms of public recognition, which, by the way, were usually awarded to the wrong people during wartime. What motivates a soldier in war is a larger version of what motivates a car salesman, a student in a classroom, or a team of lawyers trying to win a case. I don't know if this is still done, but for many years, National Football League players selected their own all-pro team at the end of each season. I was always interested in the differences between the players' choices and the teams selected by fans and sports writers. And of this, I am certain. Being selected by your teammates is much more valuable than being selected by the fans in the stands eating hot dogs. Basically, the appreciation of friends is a real and powerful motivating force in every human activity. The second great motivator is recognition from experts, from great authorities. I can tell you that in my own life, this factor has been very important. Mr. Schaff, whom I mentioned a moment ago, was someone I respected from the moment I met him. Furthermore, he was someone whose respect I desperately wanted to earn. Is there anyone like that in your life now? Or has there been? It's important to understand that a great expert doesn't have to be someone famous. You are the one who determines their authority. But often, the people you find extraordinary will be extraordinary to others as well. When you meet someone like that, or even see them from afar, or read an article about them, be sure to approach them and introduce yourself. Most successful people are happy to help others and share what they've learned, unless you catch them at a bad time. When I first saw Mr. Schaff, I was afraid to approach him. I can't imagine what my life would have been like if I hadn't. From a motivational perspective, the great thing about connecting with a teacher is that you eventually become so close that you can still hear their advice even when they're not with you. Mr. Schaff died a few years ago, suddenly, at the age of 49. But I still feel like we talk every day. I still feel I want to earn his respect. I think that will always be the case. Family is the third great motivator, and in many ways it's the strongest. Even if the approval of friends and experts is important in your work, in your life, nothing compares to the importance of your family. A few years ago, I had an experience related to this. I had just finished a speech to a group of entrepreneurs. A young man came up to me and asked for my advice on achieving financial success. Whenever I'm asked for such advice, I start with a few standard direct questions. My first question was, how much money do you want to make each year? When I ask this, I want to see if the person has thought enough about their goals to have a specific number. Knowing that is much better than saying, I want to make a ton of money. But this friend of mine was more precise and focused than I expected. I need to make at least $250,000 a year for the next 10 years, he said, without a moment's hesitation. Then I asked, why do you want to make that amount? Another standard question. And again, he answered immediately. He said, Mr. Ron, in 10 years when my children are old enough to enjoy it, I want to take my family on a trip around the world, a memory that will last a lifetime. The trip will take 12 months. No expense will be spared. And to save enough money to do it, I need an annual income of $250,000 for the next 10 years. When he said this, tears welled up in my eyes. And though I haven't heard from him since, I have no doubt he will achieve his goal. I can see him in my mind's eye, working long hours in the years to come, turning work in on time, overcoming obstacles, doing whatever it takes to succeed, and doing it happily, because his motivation went beyond a simple desire for financial success and the monetary rewards that come with it. This man was working because he wanted to give his wife and children a valuable, lifelong memory. And if that isn't a reason to believe, I don't know what is. Someone who can have that level of feeling for other human beings is truly fortunate. And the families who have such a man as a father are truly fortunate. The fourth and final motivating factor I want to mention is more about the desire to benefit your family. In fact, we could say it's the desire to benefit the whole human family. Let's call it generosity, sharing your wealth and wisdom with the world. I love the story about Andrew Carnegie, a Scottish immigrant who founded the United States Steel Corporation in the early years of this century. When Carnegie died, a yellowed piece of paper was found in his desk. On it, he had written a note to himself at the age of 20. This note expressed his main goal in life. It said, "I want to spend the first half of my life making money, and I want to spend the second half of my life spending it all on charitable causes." Was this generosity a strong motivator for success? Carnegie's wealth was estimated at around $450 million during his lifetime, the equivalent of billions of dollars today, and he was happy to spend that money on charity. In addition to building Carnegie Hall in New York, he built hundreds of small-town libraries across America, and he was involved in several other philanthropic works. When we look at the four important motivators I've just described, what do we see immediately? I see that they all involve other people. Friends, teachers, family members, or just our fellow human beings. Isn't it interesting? To be successful, you need a very internal, very personal, very unique thing called a strong character. But to acquire and activate this internal trait, you need people other than yourself as your reasons for believing. Perhaps if you are the toughest person in the world, this doesn't apply. Perhaps then you can do what needs to be done, just because you've set your mind to do it. But the thing is, there is only one toughest person in the world at any time. And I'm not that person. And I'm very happy about it. Because needing and working for other people has truly made my life worthwhile. And I'm sure you feel the same way. There is a pain within all of us. There is some imaginary measuring device, a scale, a calculator, a compass, or a combination of all three. It always works, it always measures, it always balances the different temptations. And there are very, very many temptations against the advantages of an ethical life and a strong character. When the temptations outweigh the advantages, bad things happen. This is my opinion, and I think this rule has very few exceptions. A bad person is simply someone who doesn't have enough reasons to be good. We've been talking about all the ways other people and your relationships with them can help you build character and success. Now I want to look at the different traits we've discussed in this program. I want to show you how each one relates to a commitment from you. That commitment is a risk and an investment. You know that if you don't meet the standards you've set for yourself, but every time you make that commitment, every time you take that risk, you tip the scale of that inner balance towards character and doing the right thing. Every time you make a commitment regarding the traits listed here, in a way, you are making an investment. So, if you live your life in opposition to those traits, you fail in your investment. And no one likes to fail in their investments. When that happens, you go bankrupt very quickly. Courage was the first trait of a strong character we discussed. We saw that courage doesn't mean being fearless. It means having the right fears for the right reasons, at the right times, and with the right attitude. For example, we shouldn't be afraid of failure. Anyone can fail, and everyone does fail at something. Many great leaders have failed many times in various areas of life, but they still achieved greatness. True, we shouldn't fear failure itself, but we should fear failing to put in our maximum effort and ability. We should fear failing to meet the standards we've set for ourselves. A great poet said, "If everyone were brave enough, they would be cowards." I think there's some truth to that. So accept your fear, put it inside you, and use it as the basis for true courage. Next, we examine two traits that are very closely related: honesty and integrity. We saw how telling the truth can be painful, just as paying a bill can be painful. A person is tempted to evade and be vague, just as they are tempted to buy on credit. But buying on credit is not logical in the long run, either financially or ethically. In both areas, the interest and the profit will get you into trouble. In the first case, you just lose your bank account. But in the second case, you lose your soul. Next in building a strong character was endurance. We saw how stored energy in any area is a sign of a strong character, and how successful people look within themselves for the power to overcome any challenge, internal or external. And we learned why goals are important for acquisition, both as a net and a baseline. The same way the ability to score points is important in tennis. Without them, you might still be a great player, but it's not likely. And how would you know? We discussed responsibility as a component of a strong character. We saw that most people do almost anything to avoid it. But we also learned that the people who seek responsibility are the ones who go for the ball in the game. It flows naturally from a strong character, and they gain the authority that leadership brings. In our discussion of wisdom, we saw why the desire for it is never satisfied, and why that very impossibility makes it even more desirable for those who truly care about it. We saw that, despite being different in many ways, Socrates and Solomon had in common that they acted wisely. A sense of humor, though often not considered part of a strong character, has proven to be a very important trait, especially now when the ability to laugh at oneself is seen as a reason for trustworthiness and honesty. But we also noted in our discussion that humor must be used carefully, and why the difference between telling a funny story and being funny should never be forgotten. We looked at flexibility as a component of character, and we saw why flexibility is essential to anyone's success. Flexibility is a virtue. It means power without rigidity. It means knowing what can be controlled and what is beyond our control, and acting accordingly. It means going with the flow in the best possible way, and standing firm against the idea that circumstances are against us. Patience, like flexibility, was examined as an aspect of character that not only helps us cope with the unpredictability of fate, but helps us turn it into the material of success. Patience is the trait that allows us to enlist time as an ally, rather than fighting against it as an enemy. Patience is a sign of true maturity. The presence of this trait separates a strong character from a weak one. It separates a mature, developed adult from an undeveloped, raw child, whether that child is 3 or 33. We examine self-confidence, both as an internal component of character and as an emotional state to be invested in others. Self-confidence is the ability to inspire confidence, both trusting yourself and trusting the people you meet. If you are truly a confident person, your belief in yourself is so strong that the world seems safe, and you move towards your success. This is an aspect of a strong character that can change the way we see reality. We examined good health as an aspect of a strong character, because it stems from wise choices. It's not a religion, a diet, an exercise program, or the number of calories you consume in 24 hours. Rather, good health expresses the people we are, and essentially, how we should live. And finally, we saw that acquisition shows a strong character, just as fruit shows a healthy tree. By learning the principles and techniques you've heard in this program, you can certainly achieve a strong and powerful character. And I have no doubt that you will achieve all kinds of success as a result. And since I have no doubt about this, I want to end this program with a few tips on how to handle success happily and wisely when it arrives. As you try to achieve your goals, as you try to break out of your old behavioral patterns, to overcome the obstacles that will certainly be in your path, use whatever tools you need to make progress, as long as they are legal and ethical. If you want to motivate yourself with anger, and many people do, go ahead. Do whatever works. If you feel you made mistakes at various points in your career and want to get even when you become the boss, I say, go ahead. But I should add that when you achieve success, you should bury all of that in the past. Don't carry the anger you used as fuel to get to the top of the mountain. Once you're there, throw it down. That is a fitting act for a strong character, a very strong yet intelligent character. Do whatever you need to do to get where you want to go. And when you get there, live well. Be concerned with living well, with courage, with honesty and integrity, with endurance, responsibility, wisdom, a sense of humor, flexibility, patience, self-confidence, good health, and acquisition. Your concern should be to build a strong character. And when you've built it, keep it strong. I have no doubt that is exactly what you will do. Thank you very much for joining me.